Hello, folks. Hi, hello, welcome. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Rapmen and Northlanders. We are on day 3. Can you believe it? We made it. It is May 30th, Memorial Day weekend here for us in the US. Got a nice little 3-day weekend. Hopefully you're enjoying that as best as you can. Folks, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's feeling great after 2 days of festivities here. Folks, I'm Scarecrow Clock. I've been your host here the last 2 days. Bringing us home here on day 3 for Tier 2 of the Onslaught Tournament. If you don't know already, this is Year 2, Season 1, the 5th quad tournament of this type, and this is where things get real. So if you tuned in yesterday for the first time, if that was your first exposure to this modded difficulty, you are in for a real treat today. We are going to be taking a look at some of the most rehearsed, most practiced teams that have ever tried out this difficulty. So, just a quick recap of what this is going to be. We have 4 maps, must be completed in order. Slightly different map pool than yesterday for Tier 2. We're actually going to start with Against the Grain. It goes Blight Reaper, War Camp, and then Enchanter's Lair. Just like yesterday, teams can elect to do Enchanter's Lair first and swap Blight Reaper to the Blight Reaper to the last map that they do. So it'll be very interesting to see. I think we had an even split yesterday where teams were trying to get Enchanters out of the way early. Made it really interesting to toggle back and forth and see what some teams are doing. So 7-Eleven's been raided, coffee is made, Big Fellow's placed behind my back. Look, Grandis knows what's up. Yeah, I, much like Grimlact, I was making sure to rest my voice after some intense casting yesterday. Had a bunch of tea, soothing drinks and stuff, and you know what, it's raining outside today, so I think it's going to be a ramen day. It'll all come together perfectly. So, all right, let's take a look at the teams. I do have it up here. Some teams you probably know and love, probably some teams that are their first time in this tournament here. And I should say that while this is a live event, this is all happening right now, the teams are actually going to start going here in about 10 minutes. There are some teams that, due to time zone issues, they didn't want to be playing at 3 a.m. in the morning, so they actually pre-recorded their runs, and they did submit those. So we're going to step into the future, or past, however you want to look at it, and take a look at some of them as well. So I have some of those VODs up, which will be great to see. Okay. So, we have the American Capybaras, Team No Comms, Accusatory and Toxic, Gabex and Minions, 7Fly, Chinchillin, AAB, Happy Little Clouds, Big Dongliz Energy, Nurgle Nuggies, La Confière de la Hexagon. Sure, I got that 100% right. Stop hitting us. The Ulu Strike 4, Dillerman Flight Squad, just passing through, Harder, Faster, Better, Stronger, HFBS, Team Pink Word, Little Wizard Capeng, we will get them next time, Fruity Popsicle, Mad Maggots, Chicken Salad, and Rat Slang. Folks, if that seemed like a mouthful, it was. That is 24 teams in just Tier 2. In just Tier 2. 24 teams. Certainly the most attention we've ever seen in this tournament. So, and I'm sure the next one will be even bigger. One can hope, right? So if you like what you see here today, maybe you want to pick up a sword, pick up a torch, lead your team through Blight Reaper, maybe next season. And certainly want to give shout outs, of course, to our tournament organizers, Xan, of course, helping put all this together, Isolator, Bioshift, Jarsa, sure I'm forgetting 5 or 10, Rob, Havoc, our tournament assistants, and I apologize if I'm forgetting anyone off the top of my head, but I'll make sure to include you here. Have some music here in the background if you like this. This is Robert Harper Charles. You can always link this if you want to hear more of it. Did the background music for that sort of intermission video that we cut to. This music here, the music that plays over the tournament as well. Really, really amazing stuff. Very evocative of that Virgintide spirit. So, all right. Another thing I just wanted to mention is this isn't just for fun. While we hope the teams have fun, of course, there are some prizes on the line here. Today, the elusive Eternal Serpent Frame. You may have seen it. Really hard to get for the first year or so. Only given away at conventions. Only given away if you actually got to see Fat Shark in person. Of course, pandemic, everything's closed, things shut down. They want to get them out to the community in more ways. And special thanks, of course, to Hedge for partnering with us and making sure that we can get some really awesome prizes. So those are going to be on the line. Oftentimes with these tournaments, apparel, posters, things like that are on the line as well. I'm actually repping here my Witch Hunter captain. He's my boy. Saltspire is my homeboy. Got his shirt, so it's awesome. There's tons of course, even if you're not in the tournament, you can get those on the Games Workshop store. I think if you collect them all, they also send you a cask of Bugmans, but don't quote me on that. Don't hold me to that. All right, folks, I'm not here alone today. I am, of course, joined by Grimalact. He, of course, being the modder that put together the Onslaught and Virgintide 1. Very knowledgeable guy. Happy to have him here. Let's make sure we can get him on the line and that you can hear him. Grimalact, my friend, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, good morning, pal. How's the voice? 4 hours yesterday. How did we do that?
Stayed up a bit playing with new type.
Oh, that's great. Shout outs, of course, to New Type, one of the very prominent streamers in the community. If you don't know him, definitely check him out on Twitch. He's one of those guys that I don't know how he does it. He streams like 14 hours a day of Vermintide. So if you're looking for Vermintide at any weird time, he's probably on. Well, I hope the games went well, but are you looking forward to anything here today? We got a lot of teams, a lot of well-known folks, some newcomers.
But I've already pulled out all of those streams. That's a lot of streams.
Yeah,
ready to go.
I've opened as many tabs as I can. I don't want the computer to completely shut down. So, folks, of course, we're going to be pulling up.
Paused all of them for now, so to avoid my Discord going nuts about it like it did yesterday.
Well, certainly some folks that we want to keep an eye on. Like I said, I do have some VODs here as well, so if we find any time that we want to cut over to those, the first map being against the grain, what can we expect on that, Grim?
Against the grain. Well, we've got 2 terror events on that map, which is obviously when you open the door, which spawns, a boss, and then when Onslaught, it spawns another boss a few seconds later. And then you've got obviously the main course at the end of the map, where the whole thing is a terror event. And the way that terror event is designed, it's like a series of terror event in the code, although that make up the one big event. And every single part of it is in a way exhaustible. And so technically you can get through all of it and exhaust the spawns to an extent. But in the Onslaught variant, obviously I've made it so it takes quite a while to do that. And to a point where you might as well just progress anyway if you don't want to waste your time. And so the thing is, whenever you start into the first zone and you've got the terror event of that first zone that comes in and does things, then when you progress to the next zone, the terror event in the next zone turns on, but the one in the zone before doesn't turn off, so it stacks up. It's why the more you progress into against the grain's event, the more stuff there is coming at you, because all those terror events are stacking up with each other.
Literally living up to the name of Against the Grain. It's quite fitting. Well, speaking of Onslaught, heard that term. Some folks may not be familiar with it. We got a lot of new folks here in chat and viewing today. Onslaught, original mod, of course, intended to keep the pressure on, but we're not just going to see Onslaught today. We're also going to see some teams electing for Onslaught Plus. So what can we expect to see there?
Even more stuff.
And just imagine it, and imagine it's even harder. Multiple bosses it triggers, completely reworked events as I hear. Can't wait to see some of that in action.
Yeah, we're definitely, unlike yesterday where just about every single team elected to go for normal Onslaught only, this time we're going to see multiple teams go for Onslaught Plus, no doubt.
Yeah, we got some real try-hard players here today. A lot of really important stuff going on. It's something that, I get giddy just thinking about the events and how they're reworked. Like, I cannot wait to see some of these events. I've heard of what they are. I haven't seen them in action, so hopefully we can catch teams going for those. I'm looking at the clock here. We are at It looks like we have 1 minute if they start right on time. Again, it's 3 hours and 15 minutes for the teams to be able to go through all 4 maps, and they have 3 attempts per map. Of course, the team can elect to forfeit a map, but they will be sacrificing some very, very, very valuable points by doing so. So let's see if the all call is going out here in Discord.
And before it does, I will be getting myself a bottle of water.
I don't blame you, pal. Gotta stay hydrated, folks. I went through, fun fact, I went through 3 full glasses of water yesterday, and only half the tournament was over. So I was like, uh-oh, gotta be very prepared today. All right, and I'm seeing some talk here in chat. Of course, the Onslaught Plus wasn't just exclusive to, or isn't just exclusive here to day 3. Also part of day 2. The folks who are in the Cata 1 Dwans tier, there is a score multiplier by participating in the Onslaught Plus. So if your team feels like they can handle it, absolutely want to go for it, right? You want to go for the gold there. So it really ratchets up the difficulty quite a bit. Yeah, and I'm seeing some folks here in chat. Hello, everyone. Guys, you put on such a show yesterday. Seeing some familiar faces who participated in the tournament. Really kudos to you. I mean, nail-biting moments. We had Nurgloth fights that finished. People died in the hallway. Soul-crushing to see. We had Blight Reaper events, 4 out of 5 switches. Were they going to make it out? Were they not? It's just... Each one of these maps is these pivotal moments here that really, really put you on the edge of your seat, quite literally. So, all right, time starts now from XN. We are right on time, folks. Let me switch over to the main cam here. Again, it's on Against the Grain.
Yes. Just like yesterday, this is probably going to be a bit more chaotic at first, as we figure out every single team going on. And also while every single team is on Against the Grain and probably going to progress at a similar pace. So we might see like many teams entering events at the same time, more than we'll be able to cover at once.
Against the Grain, pretty classically easy map, especially when we consider vanilla. Wide open spaces, but it does have those multiple terror events. So I think early on here, I think we can expect all these teams to proceed handedly through this section of the map. Of course, we'll be toggling around to different teams and different maps. Guys, we don't have eyes everywhere. If you see anything that you want us covering, feel free to post the link, of course. In this case, it is Team Harder, Faster, Better, Stronger. This team assured me early on that they are going for the gold. They try to clear things as fast as possible. They want to kill things as quickly as they can, and they are self-proclaimed sweaty tryhards. So Team HFBS here. We have a Ground Knight, Ironbreaker, Witch Hunter Captain, and Battle Wizard. Pretty typical setup, would you say, Grim?
Yeah, that's definitely about one of the most meta setups you can possibly have, and that's which Onslaught is, it seems. The Battle Wizard is always invaluable, although we're seeing another set, Ironbreaker with a Flamethrower. Surprisingly not the new weapon.
No Trollhammer, yeah.
Yeah, Trollhammer has been a real popular pick ever since it's been released, since its ability to one-shot Chaos Warriors and just AoE down large clumps, and get its ammo back on headshots as well, because obviously it let that trait work for some reason. But yeah.
All right.
Flamethrower, it's been the pick the whole time before that Trollhammer, so I guess it's not a wrong choice either.
Flamethrower, of course, providing insane amounts of crowd clearing, really supplementing the team by taking out those infantry units. And just taking a look here, I'm popping through all the teams, guys, making sure that we're looking at the action as best as we can. Team Nice Guy Smiley Face also clearing through the field. Something we can do right now, Graham, I mentioned this earlier, some teams have already submitted their VODs. Do you want to take a look at that first terror event, see how Team NoComs handled it, just as we wait for everyone to proceed through this field?
Yes, we could, but I'm afraid I haven't pulled out any such VOD right now.
Don't you worry, sir. I can link it to you here. I'll bring it up on screen. We will take a look.
Справитесь с пэшными? У вас баг сзади, я отметил.
Alright folks, thank you so much for your patience there as I got the VOD pulled up, and let me link this to you here. Alright folks, so as we mentioned, this is really where Grain pops off here. The first Terror event, getting to the barn. Of course, everyone knows you get the key, and then surprise, surprise, open the barn door to a boss.
Minutes in.
Yeah, just about 18:30 when the boss spawns. So as Grim mentioned previously, we can expect to see not just one boss here, two bosses. It sounds like they have a spawn of Chaos, as well as a Bile Troll for their seed. Going for the ledge here, and they get it. That's a quick and easy way to handle that spawn of Chaos there. Of course, a little bit harder to ledge the Troll in this exact spot. You know, Trolls only being pushed forward and back when they get CC'd.
Yes, I've seen multiple teams go for that ledge for the bosses. Considering you have two of them, it's definitely probably the fastest way to deal with this situation. Considering that the Onslaught spawns as well will try to never give you the space to really kill a boss on its own.
Keeping the damage on a troll, you know, trolls, it's a boss where if you can focus on it, can be a bit of a pushover, but they're really disruptive when you have other things going on. And of course, in Onslaught and in Onslaught Plus, there's always something else going on. Trolls regenerating their health, you know, it's nice to have dots on them, it's nice to have a character always keeping the pressure on, but sometimes it's not possible, and they really can shred teams.
For sure.
Again, should mention this is Team No Comms. This is Velsik's perspective. Witch Hunter Captain, one of the best we've ever seen. They also have a Ground Knight, Battle Wizard, and a Handmaiden. A little bit of a different setup. Handmaiden, do you think that's a pick for the final event on Grain? You think that's what they're going for?
It could very well be, regardless of everything Onslaught. Handmaiden with a conk potion can very probably just run through the cages and disrespect the whole thing, unfortunately. It'll be interesting to see if any teams go for that. It's a risky choice, because obviously if the Handmaiden fails for whatever reason, then you know you're down a player and you've triggered every single terror event in the history of mankind, you know?
And like you said, it stacks up. There are no moments of reprieve that you would expect in the normal base game. To quote Monty Python and the Holy Grail, run away is quite literally the strat in those cases with Handmaiden. So it looks like they're clearing this out pretty well. Both bosses are down. We're back to some standard clear. Let's switch back to the live feed and see how the teams are progressing through the field, shall we?
Sure.
Подчищаем, я беру на себя берс. Хаос, отметил, кабум дал ему. Два хаоса.
Пометь, окей. Не могу пометить просто.
Alright folks, this is back on Team HFBS.
Of course.
Поднимай. И хилку ему сразу давай.
Oh, they're all past the field, they're all past the
Берса, на мне.
houses. Some decent progress already. We are 7 minutes in, and
Мне силу Рэмбл.
you know, there's still quite a lot of space to cover to even just get to the first event.
I don't know about you, Grim. I find this particular stretch here, I mean, it's deceiving. You know, against the grain, you think it's an easy map, but getting caught in this dead end after that drop down, that is not a great place to be.
Another similar situation as well is Empire and Flame. Just getting past entering your singing itself can feel like the biggest challenge of that map sometimes.
They've made it through pretty steadily. I'm hearing the roar, I believe, of a Chaos Patrol. That path is probably going right around the sort of plateau we have there. Of course, want to avoid that at all costs, especially when people are playing on Onslaught Plus. Those patrols are never-ending stretches of Chaos Warriors and Stormbearmen.
Нас газы закидывают. Может, наоборот влево пойдем?
Давай влево,
Давай влево, мне кажется, влево лучше. Давайте влево.
давайте.
Все, влево.
I'm gonna
быстрее.
try to go through the teams and
Подождите,
На?
мне холод. Сюда,
Вот сейчас к нам идет патруль.
Быстрее, Рэмбо.
see who else around here.
Вперед, вперед, вперед.
Oh, I think there's a team that may have a restart here.
Oh no, who restarted?
Сила, беру силу, чтобы потом дать.
Пошли,
А,
до конца, пробиваем
Весь.
до конца.
So it's already
До конца, давай.
always
давай.
hard to tell the team names at first.
Ничего нету.
Ну, там граната, похуй на гранату.
It can be let me pull up this team name.
You know, HFBS here,
That
living
would
up
be the
to
Ulu Strike 4.
Hulu Strike 4 already with a restart on Grain. You know, sometimes that opening field can really get you, and of course, Beastmen can spawn on this map, notoriously more challenging to deal with on some maps for people.
Сину сейвить тиммейта.
I'm trying to see which team would be the most have the most progress on the map.
Слич.
Давайте чистить, парни, давайте чистить.
Чистим, все чистим.
So I'm seeing
Идите к нам ближе.
Син. Убили Сина.
Seventh Fly,
Я сейчас агро.
I believe.
Потерпи, еще жди.
Seventh Fly,
Я вижу,
Team
Все,
Seventh
давай,
Fly,
нам
who
направо,
are
направо выбиваться надо, направо.
maybe a few feet further than the current
Направо выбивайся.
Alright.
HFPS team.
And
Стоим
Team
тут, стоим тут.
Chinchillin also coming up to the Long Hill Oak Tree. Let's see.
Арбалетом не загрыз случайно.
Назад, да я уже откачиваюсь.
Also got Gabex and minions, who
Сзади
are
шторм у нас. Блин.
similarly keeping the same pace.
As expected here, this map, you know, proving pretty easy for these teams to roll through. Not an incredibly hard map, especially in that first area, unless you get caught out.
Well, I'm seeing the King of Mooses is already at the barn
Oh, is that right?
in
Let's
front
take a
of
look.
in front of it. They haven't opened it yet, but they are in front of it.
Sorry, is that the name of the player?
Yes, I'm trying to pull up the team name. So they've opened it, and they've got a Battle Troll and I believe a Chaos Spawn.
Yeah, and if it's easier, you can
And
always
they
just
are
link it
also
to me.
going for that ledge of a Chaos Spawn.
Yeah, let's kill it. There's a gas on the weekend.
And they have Let's Just Spawn.
Looks like Chinchillin, they got a natural bile troll just right underneath the oak tree. Again, this team, very experienced players. This is Royale with Cheese's team. If you've ever Google searched the words, how do I play Cataclysm Virgintide, you probably have seen his guides. He's playing here with some first timers, actually, to this level of difficulty. Nero Redgrave, Eugene, and we're watching Nice Guy Smiley Face's perspective. Grail Knight Ranger, Witch Hunter Captain, and believe Battle Wizard. Again, those portraits tripping me up. Yeah, big shout outs to Royale with Cheese. Probably taught half the people how to play just through his guides.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, they got a bolt staff, of course, for special sniping. You're gonna call to trade off some potions. Again, that Grail Knight, those potion quests just really becoming super valuable for teams.
So I've pulled up the team name. The team that is currently fighting the second boss at the barn is Happy Little Clouds.
Let's take a look.
So they've already ledged a Chaos Spawn and are currently finishing off of this roll right here.
Flo, can you give Jeppe the strength after this? I can give you the speed.
Sure, wait
No, they did not.
after the boss fight.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks. Okay. There was a heal there. Did we already use it? Yeah,
Yeah, I used the kid.
it's okay. I would have used it otherwise. But I'm still fine.
Yeah,
I
the
think.
Handmaiden with the Soul and Dagger doing
Probably a
a
good
full
idea
move
to
tech.
use kits.
They are
before
going.
Potions if we can. Yeah. Also give kits to the chargers.
Yeah, I have it.
Do I just pull the ambience?
Coming from behind, a few
Okay,
molars. I'm gonna hold them here.
Do you wanna drop?
In a
Let's
full
drop here.
team comp like this, where you
just gonna
can
get these fuckers.
always consistently rely on your teammates more so than yourself,
Strength there. Strength.
you the Witch-Hunter Captain becomes such a strong pick
It's
because of
already-
all of those
okay,
buffs
let's
that he
go.
gives
Come
out for
down,
his
please.
group, and so does the Grail Knight, really.
Team 7 Fly, who you called out earlier, it sounds like they're at the rescuing event. I'm going to switch over to them. They're flying through this map.
That's what I'm good at.
Which team?
I said Team 7 Fly. Oh, you know what? They're also at the barn, but let's take a look and see how they're handling it. They haven't opened the door yet.
With a hook.
I'm gonna go for the man. Oh my, that dragged me.
Team 7 Fly with two folks that we actually interviewed on day 1 of the Onslaught series. Streams here on Fight the Tide channel. That's Havoc and Rob. Really great folks to talk to you guys. If you missed that VOD, definitely encourage you to go back and check it out. Some really juicy tidbits of information just from experienced players, but also did some new players' perspectives and some from tournament organizers like BioShift. So lovely stuff to see there. You can see that VOD on the channel. And they have opened the barn. We got a Bile Troll. And a Spawn. Wow, is that 3 teams with the Bile Troll and Spawn?
It would appear so. And I mean, rest assured, I did not code it to be only about troll spawn. There's randomness in the event. It could be any of the 4 normal bosses.
What you're saying is, at this point,
The leech, the Death Wish leech that does not get staggered by your puny dual hammer attacks.
we saw this a little bit yesterday. You know, you're thinking you can just wail on that leech to disrupt him, make him teleport away, and he's like, nope, I know who I want. Only has eyes for the person
And
that
the
he's
thing is, this might be a little known fact, but leeches actually regenerate health whenever they successfully, you know, suck someone.
That is a little known fact. I had no idea. That's good to know.
Like, you know, they actually suck you, just like a chaos spawn eats you, and they regenerate off of that.
That's incredible. I had no idea.
I should have just shot the freaking leech.
So honestly, if you're not one-shotting them and you're not breaking the grab, hitting them like that is nigh useless because they just regenerate faster than you're hitting them. Very easily so.
That disrupted Bile Troll health, he's so close to dead, but we're in a situation where the Horde is in, Zerkas are in.
I got it.
Down it goes.
Would have slapped you off the map.
We're seeing a pretty classic setup here from this team. Ironbreaker and Merc.
There does seem to be the quote-unquote meta strategy here to ledge the bosses minus Bile Trolls whenever they show up.
Yeah, you'd like to think if there was a Rat Ogre or a Storm Fiend, they'd probably go for the ledge. Of course, Storm Fiends can be a little pensive. They, you know, kind of interested in you, kind of not the easiest one to lure over to that
It'll be interesting to
ledge.
see if any teams get Storm Fiends, what they decide to do with this. If they go for a kill or if they go for a ledge.
Yeah, it doesn't. Killed completely by a leech.
Storm Fiends, of course, pretty elusive to see them do their charge attack, but they can charge at you, can sometimes bait them over somewhere, but it's not often.
Seeing that, looking at it, I've got Americans Capybara that are fighting the Storm Fiend. Looks like they are going to go for a kill more so than the ledge. It's
But not the
probably a good move for them loading up their stream now.
looks like they might have wanted to go for a ledge, but then it just didn't really go quite close enough, so they decided to just murder it instead. It's dead now.
Sounds like Gabex and minions. That'd be BioShift and Ice's team. Looks like they got a slow and steady strat going on here. Of course, surviving the maps is the most important part, folks. Of course, you want to do it as quick as you can because this event is timed, but winning a map on your first try is, of course, better than failing right at the end and having to try it again. So, nothing wrong with a little bit of pacing in the right places.
Speaking of pacing, we got King of Moosers, who's actually going to enter the main event. They're already like 10 minutes walking past the Chaos Warrior that always stands there on the bridge.
The time, I know it's.
Because if we do it like in practice, we'll have an hour left.
So that's Team Happy Little Clouds.
Everything.
Team Happy Little Clouds on the screen now.
I can see some stuff.
They are entering the second final terror event.
Nice stand here. Yes.
Folks, for me, when I first played Deathwish Onslaught,
fall down.
this event
Yeah.
was the thing that I
it's
realized
awkward
crushed
trying to
my
find a
computer
spot to
into
shoot.
tiny little pieces. The amount of things that spawn is unreal. So that handmaiden dashing away might be
Very 1990
their only saving grace.
Yeah, we've got the
sometimes.
handmaiden point of view, so if they decide to go for craziness,
Drop down, please.
you know, we'll see it. Although they do not have a concoction potion.
Right, get ready to.
The handmaiden only has a speed.
Don't need yet though.
Let's go.
Yeah, not
It's not
seeing,
nearly as safe.
Stay in position.
seeing a
Run away
single
with.
conch
It's
potion.
fine. Another wave coming now. Are you down,
Plenty
Flo?
of strength,
Yeah.
however,
Okay, let's go down.
thanks to Grail Knight.
Of course, folks, RNG, a huge part of these runs. Vermintide is a game that is all about the unexpected. Of course, there are some things you can plan around, some things you can strategize for, but not knowing what potions you're going to get, what spawns you're going to get, it's what keeps the game dynamic. It's what keeps us playing for thousands of hours, honestly.
He's dead. Soon.
Yeah, call-outs here to the Moonfire Bow. Really, really obvious pick for a lot of players. Just an incredibly strong weapon introduced in the Forgotten Relics pack just about a month ago.
Dead.
It's. Oh, I need to die quickly.
Almost.
Good.
Yeah. Off everything under control.
They're staying
Interesting.
together.
So now they're clearing out this whole area, which is obviously the right thing to do in almost all
Through
cases.
teammates and
And
enemies
then
alike.
we'll see what their strategy is once they open the door. If they decide to send in the handmaiden, or
Only. It's only
if they're instead just
55
going to go for a normal
Yeah,
tier.
it's only 55
strategy.
temple.
I don't know about you, Grim, but one of my favorite things just to gauge personal progression in this game is seeing this exact door break where on the original run through when you're playing on Recruit, you get that Chaos Warrior and you say, oh my god, what are we gonna do? A mini boss has spawned. How are we gonna handle this? To, of course, it just
gonna do
being
the next
absolutely bonkers in these modded difficulties. So, a game with an infinite skill ceiling, folks. You've heard me say it before. You've heard it from JSat and Ishka. It's so true. The progression and things you can achieve with practice is unreal, as we're seeing with these teams here.
It's.
It doesn't quite look
Push
like the
into
handmaiden is going to go suicidal, especially since looking at the buff bar, we're seeing the attack speed buff, which implies that this handmaiden does not have the ability to dodge through enemies, which would probably be necessary to safely attempt to pull off that kind of play.
Crazy dense enemies, clutch situations. If you can just ignore their mass completely and walk through them, kind of a nice strat sometimes, but certainly giving up some other usability with their talents. Some compelling builds you can do on Handmaiden.
I'm just gonna bill hook everything.
Yeah, do it.
I'm trying to keep to the
They're
left.
staying together really cleanly at this point. I wonder if we're going to see someone hang right here in this area. There's a ladder that drops down, folks, if you didn't know, when the crates are opened inside the barn. Common strat that you see people use is send someone in to open.
If there is handmaiden craziness,
dropping
that's
down
going to be
behind
what
you.
they'll do. They'll just get the ladder to drop so that the rest of the team can catch up to the handmaiden after a short run. But considering they don't have a conch potion, they might decide not to.
Few behind, not so
Since without the conch potion, this is very risky for handmaiden to try.
Don't get stuck.
Now they're coming.
Storm army behind.
Two behind.
Actually, I don't think the handmaiden even has invisibility either. I think considering there's no buff that happens whenever a dash is being used, I think the damage to enemy that are being dashed through is what is being used.
Can you stop already?
An uncommon pick, if I'm honest.
Behind.
But hey, considering the current pace of this team, this might be paying off, if anything.
Yeah, are you looking around at any other teams? I know they were pretty far ahead of everyone else, but as we were looking at that first Terra event, they were just dropping in here, so they're certainly making their way.
You should be fine now.
Nice.
Yeah, Handmaiden, of course, getting a crit buff, bleed on enemies, or invisibility with that level 30 dash talent. So, always interesting to see what people go with.
We're seeing the whole team here, not just the handmaiden, going for this.
Always scared of
We have a
Molas.
call out here as well
And my
that
life is
Flo, the
below
Ground Knight on this
90%.
team, fellow Reddit mod, to Xan. Guys, big shout outs to them, you know, putting this
Yeah,
community
taking
together,
over,
keeping it clean, keeping it strong. You know, gotta give special kudos and thanks, especially where it's due.
Should we open cages?
No, I don't think we have two.
Very interesting to see, Grim. I mean, this team has stayed together through the
Coming from behind now,
entire
a few.
run. They are not going for
Was it only one?
any sort of runaway strat. Maybe the Handmaiden was just insurance after all.
No, I mean, it might have just not been their plan all along. Considering the Handmaiden has neither dodging to enemies or invisibility, which are the two components that would be required for any attempts at the cheese strat, really. I think you'd need at least one of the two
Bloody shield.
to ensure not just being stuck in everything.
Push
the
them
moment you
forever.
try to run.
Let's go back again.
You know, again, we have a situation where it's not the hardest map. You know, don't necessarily have to pick the most meta builds. You know, looks like right now they
So gonna be
essentially
like
have three
definitely
frontliners.
down
You know, and then of course their battle wizard. When it comes to melee CC.
The Handmaiden can
No, because I'm always
serve as
saying that
both a
Thomas, I have
front
to
line
make
and a
it.
back line during a little time, as the Moonbow is just that powerful. It's the power of Handmaiden. She can just alternate between
My frame rate is actually dropping.
Yeah.
being a solid front line with all that stamina, and
I'm on the right side.
being a back line just shooting things in quick succession. Or just dashing away to...
Aim the moon fireball.
Great
Get
time, of
something
course, to call out some folks in chat here. We're asking, you know, which team is in the lead. We're trying to see who is progressing the fastest through this first map against the grain,
see
but
you guys.
no score is
Yeah, the
achieved
charge is up,
until
no
you
charge is
get
down.
in that
Let's go.
bubble and finish the map. So
have to pick-
nothing
get to
based
the
on
cages.
deaths, nothing based on kills that you get. It is all based on getting those map completions, and of course, if you were doing it on the harder optional Onslaught Plus difficulty for that score multiplier.
Let's go.
We got a proxied speed pot here, it looks like. That Battle Wizard is getting out, that Handmaiden move teching also getting out. They're leaving their Witch Hunter Captain and Grill Knight behind as bait. It's okay though, again,
Yeah,
all they
that,
gotta do.
Them take all the aggro.
That last stretch is definitely something where the Handmaiden
yeah,
can
full
just run regardless of talents. I mean, anyone can.
Jumping around.
Ray not getting stuck all the time. Take-
And they are out. That is a victory for Happy Little Clouds. Congrats to them. That's the first map
that was 26
down.
minutes, yeah.
Hearing the call for 26-minute completion time. Pretty nice to get
Solid.
one map
Would have
under the
saved
belt,
like
yeah.
12 seconds if Jeppe would have just died.
Sevenfly entering the final event. I'm hearing from Flim and chat. Let's switch to them real quick.
Yeah, I'm also seeing team just passing through, also like beginning this event. So we're gonna probably see several teams reaching it about this time. So here with
Behind.
This one
Push meat.
Team 7 Fly, we've got the Mercenary,
can still kill some of the front before they
Just check.
Ironbreaker, Witch Hunter Captain, and Battle Wizard.
Oh, and a juicy Stormvermin overhead breaking through.
Indeed.
You know, it just shows how, you know, there's so many elites on the field, so many Maulers, Stormvermin, you know, that's the whole point of Onslaught, of course, these interspersed hordes with not just infantry units. You know, any one of these elites, any wrong move against them can mean that you're going down.
that fireball. All the way behind.
Yep, those 150 damage
we have-
overheads. Do not forgive.
They do not forget. They do not
They're
forgive.
still coming, by the way. It's not over yet. There will be one from behind.
I'm grabbing ammo right now.
Certainly a more Skaven-centric seed that we're seeing here for this team. I think we had a lot more Chaos units for our previous team.
From where that gunner was.
We were
Give me
just
the
standing
bomb,
under the
Simon.
bridge the whole time, so they weren't spawning.
So no Handmaiden here,
They come
no
from here usually.
no opportunity for a rush.
I don't know, I just thought they were here. Well, I guess
Not that I think it would really be the
Yeah,
right strategy. against the grain spawns are... This event spawns a lot of things, but it also does not really spawn anything
Yeah, he did when we were...
that heavily threatening, other than the numbers themselves. So for any team that thinks themselves capable of going through all of these maps in this pool, they should feel themselves capable of going through this map in a normal fashion without risking handmaiden play. Because it is a risk, right?
Against the grain, of course, being a little bit of a taste, a little bit of an appetizer, almost a warm-up for these teams before we get into some of the harder maps. So again, coming up, you have Blight Reaper and Enchanter's Lair, two incredibly challenging maps in their own right. And then, of course, War Camp, which we didn't see at all yesterday, swapping out Hail Scourge, which was a Lord map for War Camp, another Lord map with Bodvar. We're getting a super late trigger here for a boss. Spawn of Chaos. And a bomb on a shield rat right in front. We're not getting any shrapnel. Doesn't matter though, the Beam Staff Wizard taking him out easily.
Start backing off slowly.
Okay, yeah, watch out.
Get down, Mr. President, indeed.
Alright, using the conk here.
That Chaos Spawn and
probably
that
use
tiny
the bomb here, too.
clan rat were in cahoots with each other.
Back off.
Of course, this should be a pretty secured victory for a team of this caliber. You know, it's make your way, open the gates, get out. But if people get complacent, you know, one or two wrong moves, maybe a gas rat globe through the roof of a barn, you never know
Watch out.
the unexpected when it's gonna get you.
As I've mentioned earlier, the events of the spawn, the spawns of this event are mostly of the exhaustible kind.
Now it's the
but
damage from the
Of course,
front
meaning if you want, you can hold out and
takes a
kill
while.
as much as you want. You know, try
although
to clear it.
the thing with each of the
How many times
small
have we done
terror
this?
event
I
is
just
that
don't
it starts
remember.
out strong and
mean,
then
we
just
haven't done it
becomes
that many
weaker
times.
over time. And while the Onslaught variant tries to not, you know, let up, after a while the spawns that keep on happening are mostly smaller, you know? They just keep you occupied more so than threatened.
That is the last one, I think.
So when hitting each of those triggers, it might be beneficial for a team to just go through the most threatening spawns before progressing forward,
Too far out.
Got water on the left.
regardless of the rest of the smaller spawns.
That first. Don't forget, we still have time.
Alright, you guys ready?
Yes.
Looks like they're really taking their time here, Team 7 Flight. Slightly longer run than our previous team, already at 31 minutes, waiting to proceed into that final barn. They actually opened the gates and are waiting. A Bile Troll has spawned multiple Packmasters, but they're being sniped pretty quickly.
This might be Onslaught Plus, right? Because these bosses, that's not a natural boss,
I can hold
and that's
so
not something
don't
that
worry
Onslaught
too much
normally
about it.
adds to the against the grain event.
I think it's safe to say this
Wait, I
team,
can just
several
wait.
others are
Wait,
trying that Onslaught Plus difficulty. You know, we're going to see some unusual triggers and potentially even multiple bosses at once.
Okay, drop now.
Should a troll? If it wasn't a troll, would have been easier.
I'm healing.
You know, I'm looking at Team Gabex and Minions. They are neck and neck, 32 minutes, also in the exact same barn fighting a Spawn of Chaos.
Yeah,
Repeat the team name, please.
How dare you? Sorry.
That is Gabex and Minions, Bioshift and Isolators team.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, they were...
Yeah, also, I can be assured that these guys are on Onslaught Plus.
Without a
told-
doubt.
Alright,
They've
get
told
first
me
wave up there,
with
let's
absolute
go.
certainty that they would be doing that.
yeah. So stuff comes from behind.
Interesting to see, you know, Sevenfly was able to take out that spawn before it even finished crossing the bridge. We're fighting in the barn here.
Basement.
Yeah, those boss spawns might be with reduced health. It's a thing that Ice went for quite a few times
Another Packmaster.
in his Onslaught Plus events, as I recall.
More stuff
You know,
from this
with
side.
their
He's,
setup here,
like on me.
Mercenary. Oh,
Bad.
2 Packmasters. It looks like it got him.
I come up again for a second, but out, I'm coming up.
Giving a call out here that he's coming through with the Chaos Spawn. Always nice. Give a call out to your team, folks, even if you're in vanilla. Nice to know when a boss is coming up behind you. That's a big guy who you don't want to be smacked by when you're not paying attention. And he is down. Fantastic. Back on Team 7fly, they've made their way into the final barn. We're getting the 2 final cages open. This should be a victory for them. No speedrunning classes to get all the way to the finish here, but if they move together, I don't think there's any way they'll lose this.
Yeah, there's no Spout, no specials even would be able to do anything about this.
Looks like Gabex and minions maybe just got a Rat Ogre. Yep, they did. And it does look like that Packmaster and Assassin, those might be scripted, I think, to the Onslaught variety of the event. Or again, we're just getting incredibly lucky with some similar spawns on both.
Right, 34 minutes.
Bring him down now.
Yes, normal. Nice. Now the fun begins.
Oh yeah.
It's become a bit of a
I
meme.
feel like
Yeah, go ahead.
Gabex and minion team is struggling a bit more and dispatching those extra bosses from the slot boss quickly.
Go back.
They're not dying, which you know is the important part, but as I recall, the other team had those bosses dead before they could even really do much of anything.
You know, when we take a look at the team comp here, you know, Witch Hunter Captain with the bill hook, you can put out some solid damage, of course, with headshots, you know, just spamming those heavies over and over. You know, Bolt Staff Wizard, I believe, and he's down. Looks like that Troll Hammer came in with a nice chunk of juicy damage. Yeah, don't be deceived, folks. Again, this is modded Realm. If you haven't checked out modded difficulty before, great time to recommend it. Of course, there's insane difficulty levels like this that you can up the challenge with. There's also a bunch of fun stuff you can do, like dressing up your Witch Hunter Captain with that new Distinguished Gentleman outfit for the Bounty Hunter, our red sleeves.
And this is the point where they're not going to deal with all the spawns of this this last bond, and they're probably just going to run. Because the door is open, they can go.
Just making a run for it again. Yep.
And at this point, since it's not really much of a risk to just run, there's really, especially in a tournament setting like this, there is no glory at all to be found in killing everything, since they are on the clock for the other maps. And the more time they save for those maps, the better. So I don't think we'd be seeing any team where they're salt.
Okay, die.
Just memeing to kill more stuff right here.
Hearing some callouts, Olden saying, no glory in killing everything, sad Slayer noises. Again, folks, while killing everything is flashy, this event is timed. We want to make sure to secure those victories. You know, no team, I think, is going to stick around longer than they need to against an onslaught like this. Well, that is a victory for them. We've seen 3 victories so far of the teams we've been watching.
Yeah, we do focus on the teams that, you know, make it somewhere. Since I'm sure there's probably some teams in here, if I rifled through, that have struggled and just died. And
also just want to comment a little bit, you know, some folks talking about, you know, the choices of the weapons that folks are using. You know, when it comes to weapon pick, especially at this point, we're going to be seeing some meta picks, you know, crossbow and Witch Hunter Captain, you know, breakpoints, being able to one-shot a special, very, very valuable. So, you know, instead of taking something like a brace of pistols, you know, that's why you might see some weapon picks that not used to always seeing. And Team Ratslaying also in that finale. I want to check them out.
Yes, I was actually just looking at them. So yeah, they are, if we look at the timer, they're 37 minutes in the run, which means this is still their first attempt.
Yeah,
They've just taken it slower.
The Ulu Strike 5 or 4, it doesn't matter. They might be that team, that only team that we've actually heard or seen fail so far. I've unmuted Ratslaying's stream just to hear keyboard sounds. I think they might not be capturing their audio, so we'll keep that muted for now, folks.
If we look at the portraits, I think we've got one person fully dead. So they are 3-manning this right now. And we have a handmaiden point of view with a conch potion on the hotbar. Are we going to see some memes?
Handmaiden, Witchhunter Captain, Iron Breaker. I can't tell based on that other portrait with the hand over it what they're playing, but you know, we can assume some sort of wizard more than likely, maybe a Kruger.
Yeah, I'm looking at that hand real hard, and I really can't tell.
Stay on the edge of your seat, folks. We'll find out soon, surely.
Looking at the ammo, which is non-existent, it is very likely to be a wizard. Like we're seeing, so we're seeing an elf, a Saltspire, and a dwarf, which leaves the wizard and Kruber.
One of my
So unless
favorite
it's a
things.
Grail Knight, which is the other thing that wouldn't have ammo.
I love over the last 2 days here, Grim, with you doing some Vermi science, some detective work to try to figure out what's going on just based on the context clues on screen. Of course, everyone has a little bit of a different HUD. We had someone with squeakish font yesterday. We couldn't even read the scoreboard at the end, which was quite funny to see.
So it's either a Grail Knight or a wizard of some kind. If it's a wizard, it's very likely to be a battle wizard.
Yeah, getting a call, no Grail Knight because no buffs. Very good point, folks.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yep, so it is a wizard. So very likely a battle wizard. Although considering the custom UI, buffs could be hidden, but I think we'd see some completed quests by now if that was the case.
Real gamers use squeakish all the time. Very, very good. from Nugget himself, I believe. Who, of course, we were watching yesterday on the Enchanter's run. And Zafio calling out something else on the HUDs here. You know, we're seeing a lot of unique mods that even, you know, sanctioned, we're not seeing in vanilla for mod users. Stuff on screen, like to show you when special sounds are playing, so if you're having issues, you know, hearing, you of course can still get notified when assassins, packmasters, leeches are on the field. Really useful mods, folks. If you're curious at all what mods people are running and what are allowed in this tournament. Oh, and an overhead there. Ugh.
Takes a bit of steel to the face.
Yeah, we're seeing them
Not
hang
dead
out.
yet, though.
Hanging out in this area for a very long time. I think, like you said,
The
trying to
Ironbreaker does
exhaust.
have a med kit, and the Handmaiden desperately wants it now.
Yeah, this Handmaiden cannot die. It'll be so much easier if they can keep their Handmaiden alive.
If I was in this place, I would have played this a little bit more defensive. Like, just be scared of being randomly poked by a slave rat until I was healed.
Nice, they
But,
got the heal off.
So, it's another full 150 health. Ready to go. The Ironbreaker goes down.
Oof.
But
Yeah.
Handmaiden always gets to revive.
You know, you get pushed back into some of these corners, and on Onslaught, the amount of elites that can just drop in right on your head can really make these situations a lot more tense. You know, you think you're backing into a safe spot? Not so much. It really shows that map knowledge coming in is a very important aspect of playing at this level. And Team Ratsling here, guys, they're trying to kill as much as they can. They, of course, want their wizard. They eventually want to get into that barn, open those cages, get the wizard. You know, they're
I'm really
just
interested
focusing.
in seeing like, just what strategy they'll employ the moment they're done clearing all of this. If they'll try to have the Handmaiden be sent in to revive the wizard, potentially just, you know, have the ladder drop and the rest of the team go. Or if they're just gonna all go in as a team. Looks like
We're seeing them go in? Is that...
Handmaiden goes. I mean, we can't tell.
I can't tell.
I think they're here.
Oh, yeah, they're here. Wow, and a conch pot. Wow, okay.
I mean, he already had the conch pot. He just switched it for the speed one time.
Ah, yes.
But yeah, you know, we got a wizard and a fairly clean map, thanks to all the time they spent over there.
Yeah, 42 minutes. So again, some perspective here, folks. This being a time tourney, you know, Happy Little Clouds finishing this in 26 minutes. Here we have a team 42 minutes in.
The wizard might have actually triggered some of the extra events. Like there was nothing in the spawn.
Yeah, it's certainly
Maybe
possible.
from being respawned there, the wizard already triggered all that, which is why they got to spend so long in that first area.
Yeah, yesterday,
now
of
we're
course,
seeing the next area of stuff coming in immediately.
getting an early boss pull on Enchanter's Lair yesterday from a similar respawn. Folks, if you haven't seen this phenomenon yourself, sometimes when a teammate respawns, enemies in that trigger zone, in that area, may get pulled. So you might have some, 3-man, 2-man unlucky respawns dealing with even more than they want to, for sure. And question here in chat, you know, why are we seeing so many Battle Wizards? Grim, you want to explain why Battle Wizard is such an obvious pick here for folks playing at this level?
I mean, for one, you've got this this double dash, right, which is very clutch because of the AoE stagger it provides, which can pull off many revives, many saves, and as well as the Battle Wizard just being a very strong AoE class. Like it brings the wizard brings so much area damage with things like the Coruscation Staff or Flamethrower or anything of that kind, which the value of AoE damage just goes up and up the more stuff is on screen. And when, you know, you're playing something like Onslaught Plus, there's the maximum amount of stuff on screen that you'll ever see. So it's the most value that the Battle Wizard ever could have.
Having that cleave, having that stagger from the ult, you know, the res ability, if you build it for special sniping, just an incredibly valuable career.
I started rifling through the team, and unfortunately I've just witnessed HBFS team wiping on the Blight Reaper.
Wow, so HFBS electing for Blight Reaper, and it looks like Havoc's team, Sevenfly, who we just saw finish Grain, they're actually opting to do Enchanters first. So I'm going to switch over to them in a second, because it looks like they're coming up on Hall of the Poison Feast. On Onslaught Plus, folks, we're actually getting a Lord on this map.
Actually, just this one team here is on Wall Camp already, which I don't believe is something that would happen from completions.
Wow, team already on map 3 War Camp. So that means either 3 really quick fails on Blight Reaper and Enchanters, or they just said forfeit. They just said they don't want to do it. Which team is that, Grim?
Nikon VR, which was team Yulu Strike for.
You one-shot him and
Yeah, they're having a chain of downs and revives here. As the Battle Wizard is left last standing. So we got this Battle Wizard left last standing, stuck in this house, and there down goes. So that's another attempt going for them.
Team Ulu Strike 4, condolences to them. Sounds like some rough runs here on Grain on the second map, on the third map. Hopefully we can check them and get some small victories there. Sevenfly, folks, I wanted to highlight, you may have seen it, they tuned in right as they had pulled Budvar. Budvar normally only showing up on War Camp. Onslaught Plus changes it so that the Hall of the Poison Feast here on Enchanter's Lair spawns the Lord. Of course, they dispatched them quite easily. Groundlight, of course, putting in work.
Again, have not directly checked the code of Onslaught Plus, but I would suspect this Lord, Mini Lord, to have reduced health for this custom event. Because the full health variant of Budvar would be probably a little too tanky for the purpose of this.
Plumlius calling out here, 75% HP, wasn't it? So, yeah, certainly not the full strength of the Budvar that we'll be seeing on map 3 in War Camp, but still a little unusual to see him. It looks like this team did the smart thing. They didn't pull that entire room. They just triggered Budvar and pulled back. Really smart move. Again, we're watching Havoc's perspective here from Team Sevenfly. And a piercing shot Waystalker, like we said yesterday, Grim, pretty common, pretty meta pick here to take on Nerdlock.
Yeah, we'll get to see what picks those Cata 3 teams go for when it comes to Nerdlock. Who is definitely a boss you want to tech for, since, you know, Cata 3, he's got even more health than he does on Cata 1, and so does everything else. So you really need to itch out the last bit of DPS to be able to phase him quickly.
And our Waystalker goes down, Cat and Kappa. I'm pretty sure it was a Savage. You know, those Savages with sometimes deceiving attacks doing insane amounts of damage, and they blend in with infantry too. So having more of those in this level of difficulty, definitely something you can't take lightly.
I don't know why I didn't think that Berserker was on me.
0 coins, thanks so much for saying so. Happy that you're here.
At, Gabex and Minions, they're on sewer event, I think of Blight. Yeah, sewer event of Blight Reaper.
And a bomb.
And again, I'm fairly certain that this will be an Onslaught Plus, so we've got even more stuff in that crab space than before.
Take a look. I will be switching over here to Gabex and Minions. Different perspective this time. This will be the perspective of Core.
Jason coming to you, Carl? I know. No, I don't know. It's running around. Yeah,
So again, quirk of this tournament, folks, we're going to see some teams on Blight Reaper for map 2, some teams trying to get Enchanter's Lair out of the way. That is an allowed rule where you can swap maps 2 and 4. This particular event in C3 Dwans, this part of the map might be the hardest. I mean, that finale, of course, is hard, but getting squeezed from both ends in the darkness in the sewer event, you know, what are teams normally going to be doing here, Grim?
Well, obviously, it's still more of a case of you know, having a very solid front line, back line that can just not give up space even against large clumps of enemies. So obviously, like you saw them being pressed towards like the small area where the torch spawns initially, next to the brazier. Which, you know, gives them
as well.
both sides view of the enemies coming from both sides.
Gabex and minions getting one of the harder seeds to deal with here. Beastman in the Blight Reaper sewers.
Is this on the stream that I'm witnessing?
It's this is on Core's stream. I do apologize for the frame drops. We can switch perspectives to ice. Yeah, as you can see, folks, a lot of stuff going on here in the sewer. Probably really stressing Core's GPU and CPU right now, but here, I'll pull up a cleaner feed.
I'm watching a PowerPoint right now.
PowerPoint presentation, how to complete Blight Reaper on. Alright, folks, we'll switch back Team 7 play. Back on Enchanters here, bring up Ice's stream so we can see them continue to go through that sewer.
I also pulled out Ice's stream, who has got a much cleaner frame rate.
Going into the choke here and I'll get some temp.
Folks, a testament, of course, to how stressing Virgintide can be on the system. Deathwish Onslaught making it even more enemies on screen, a lot to deal with. You know, a lot of time you see folks turning down their graphics settings. And Isolator's case here, who we're watching, he's actually streaming on a second PC. I did want to mention, though, you know, we're talking about teams that are streaming live right now. Don't feel discouraged. If you want to take part in these tournaments in the future, a couple different ways that we can have you run the match and still get counted for success. You know, you can pre-record runs and submit them. You just gotta talk with the tournament organizer, tournament assistants, and make sure that we get that all okayed for you. So, not everyone's a streamer, of course. Don't want to put that pressure on, but it's nice to see people playing live. It really is. So that makes it very exciting.
We want to look at a team that we haven't really looked at much before. We've got American Capybara, who are currently about to reach the poison feast of Enchanter's Lair.
I'm gonna bring up Pestilence's stream here. I'm not sure if you have him up.
No, I have Johnny Bala, but either probably work.
Behind.
So we've got
Alright, Team American Capibaras, folks. And let's see.
We've got the Waystalker, which is very popular pick against an Enchanted Lair. Then Battle Wizard, Ironbreaker, and Huntsman. Which Huntsman is capable of pumping out some heavy damage. Either with a longbow. This time we're seeing a blunderbuss from this Huntsman here.
Andre, a very, very fantastic Huntsman player. Not sure if you're familiar with him, but you know, in a map like this, in a case like this, you know, Huntsman, devastating damage, but a class that can be hard to master. You know, talk about you know, not having a front line. You know, you can get pinched very easily at this level of difficulty.
I need the healing, man.
Yes.
And of course,
Huntsman is one of those sleeper classes that can just, in the right hands, do so much damage to decimate elites and specials and bosses alike.
Yeah, it looks like he has a spear. No doubt Blunderbuss. Haven't seen him pull it out yet, but let's see, a 24 ammo count.
Yeah, it is a blunderbuss.
It'd be foolish to not bring it for that Nurgloth fight.
No healings, right?
Well,
I gotcha.
anyone, the longbow might have competing damage as well, to be fair. We recently seen that one Reddit clip of Scarra getting straight up one-shot on Champion.
I saw that as well, folks. If you haven't paid any attention to the Vermintide subreddit, people often post some pretty amazing clips there. Poor Scarrick Spine Mangler. We talked about this yesterday.
I went and calculated the damage on the breakpoint calculator. Everything included that he says he had his shot would have dealt something along the lines of 1,250 damage to a 1,000 health Scarrick.
Oh, he punched me.
Which is, you know, he has 1,000 health on Champion. He has 2,500 on Cataclysm. But that would, had that been on Cata, that still would have chunked half of his health in a single shot.
Yep.
Which is ridiculous to think of.
Like they often say, if you don't kill him in one shot, you know what? Just fire twice. All right. Obviously, a piercing shot Waystalker here. Some other folks on this team, Jarsa, also one of the tournament organizers, actually helped us out yesterday.
Yeah, there's no boss triggers or anything.
Yeah, they're clearing this Hall of Poison Feast. I don't know. I didn't see it, and correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't believe this is the Onslaught Plus version of the map.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so we're seeing a team just play regular C3 Dwans and Shanners. Not like that is anything to be taken lightly. Yeah, and poor Scarrick Spine Mangler. Grim, we talked about this yesterday. You know, don't want to make you commit, but it sounds like we might get a modded version of Scarrick where maybe he's a little bit more interesting to fight from you. Is that right?
Yes, I did actually showcase that Scarrick quite a bit on New Type's stream yesterday.
Oh, what?
Later in the day.
Oh, that's great.
So if you go and watch that VOD, you'll get to see him talking quite a bit about how aggressive that Scarrick is.
New Type.
I'm quite happy with the result. I've gotten all the little kinks worked out, and he's great to fight now.
Getting a couple of shoutouts here, of course, for New Type stream. Definitely check that guy out, guys, if you haven't already. Like I said, he's on all the time. And talk about someone who's enthusiastic about Virgintide. I can hear him in my ears right now, freaking out about a Scarrick that's worth fighting.
Yep, I'm fine.
I need the railings.
Thank you, bro. I goes in fine.
Behind the heart.
And if we look at another underdog team that we haven't really looked at so far,
Do we push
we've
to
got
combo?
combined 0-3 with team Accusatory and Toxic, who he had a screenshot pulled up a little second ago of his 53-minute against the grain victory. So he is now just starting Blight Reaper.
Wow.
After a very long but actually successful against the grain run.
All right, bringing up our Comic Sans laden accusatory and toxic stream.
Better luck.
Folks, another big shout out to this guy, Combine. Absolutely excellent player. As you can see, a really big fan of memes of every variety. His entire HUD, of course, being
small shout out to him as well for having
you know.
helped me through the Weave 120 to 160 with his Battle Wizard skills.
It's all about consistency.
We hear him say all about consistency here. Yeah, standard setup again. Battle Wizard, Coruscation Staff, Witch Hunter Captain, Ironbreaker, and he's playing Handmaiden. So we're seeing the beginning of Blight Reaper here, folks. You know, Blight Reaper, everyone knows, incredibly notoriously difficult map, even on vanilla. People, you know, can't see anything, of course.
Further back than you think you do.
On C3 Dwans, the narrow hallways, the darkness, and of course the events when you're actually in the sewers, it makes it even harder.
Do they have a second torch over there? Because like he just threw this torch after the drop down. And you got the rest of the team that's just, you know, not here yet. So, like, are they stuck in darkness or something, or?
Okay.
There we go. There's the second torch, or maybe that's just Sienna.
Okay, and that's just Sienna.
I knew it! There's another one?
We're gonna have to go back just because he shouldn't make the jump.
Oh no, okay, so of course, folks who know Blight Reaper, there's a bit of a jump skip you can do right at the beginning, skip having to walk all the way around. It seems like one member of the team wasn't able to make that jump, so that's why we're getting stuck in this incredibly narrow hallway. Not the best position to be in.
I think they really want to get back to that torch. Well, they might actually have a second torch. I'm pretty sure there are two. If you want to bring two.
Yeah, and folks who don't know torch mechanics, of course, the torch will eventually teleport to the person who picked it up. So you can often pick it up, throw it down, and then it will teleport to you. But if you're not smart with it, sometimes you can be in long stretches of darkness. But you know, definitely, you don't want to be fighting with the torch.
Which is unlike in Chaos Waste. In Chaos Waste, you've got that one modifier that has you have a bubble around the purifying torch, and that purifying torch, unlike the Blight Reaper torch, does some damage to a point where some characters with weaker melee weapons might want to have it just to be able to do more damage than they normally would in melee.
Who knew, Grim? All we needed was Chaos Waste DLC to finally get a torch worth using. You know, I want to shout out here as well, just as Combine's team continues into the darkness, a team that has gotten out of the darkness, another underdog team, is Stop Hitting Us, with team captain Stop Hitting Me. You can see a bit of a theme going on here. We can bring them up.
Sounds good. Yeah, let's do that.
Stop Hitting Me, a very, very big fan of all characters who can push, a very big Kruber fan. Do you believe this is actually his first tournament? Yeah.
Some Light Reaper action. Getting a handmaiden that was dead back into the fray.
Yeah, Ice Sushi on a Battle Wizard, we got a Witch Hunter.
This Foot Knight point of view with a shield. That's a sword and shield. That's a really unusual pick, but
yeah, folks, can't shout this guy out enough. If you are a Kruber enthusiast, if you love all things Foot Knight and crowd control, I do believe, and some people can correct me if I'm wrong, Stop Hitting Me worked very hard on trying to find stagger breakpoints to make Foot Knight more usable at this level of difficulty. So it's no surprise to see him, of course, flexing with his favorite character and career.
If there was ammo, you fall back for it. So for the record, you can jump off here from that other corner and make it all the way down without taking damage. I did not know that.
Passing behind.
they were seeing here the Foot Knight is out of ammo, the Witch Hunter Captain is wounded and out of ammo. Then you've got the Handmaiden who is freshly respawned, and you know the Battle Wizard who does not need ammo.
Oh no, we
This
have a
Blightstorm might be a problem.
perfect angle on that Blightstorm. What a problem here for this team. You know, I
The Foot
believe...
Knight picked up, but he has the health to survive it.
Is he on Numb to Pain? He didn't even ult. He said, I can survive it, we're fine.
Okay, good.
Horde behind, coming up the stairs.
I would expect probably
Like behind it.
the Great Ult, the one that passes through all enemies, to be one of the more...
Oh, you mean Wide Charge?
Yeah, Wide Charge.
Of course, it's called Battering Ram, but I refuse to call it anything other than Wide Charge, because what a fun talent.
The Witch Hunter Captain went down, and they're deciding to go all the way back to give themselves a closer respawn. Deciding to... Oh, there's an ammo box. That'll be
Wow.
helpful.
That was certainly worth finding.
So it is sometimes worth to check those spawning areas, you know?
Can't see the time that they have on this, but very, very convenient scorecard on Stop Hitting as a stream here. Against the Grain, 3 fail, Blight Reaper 1 fail. So second attempt here on Blight Reaper for this team. You know, they're having to backtrack to get the better respawn. They found some ammo, which is convenient, but man, it's gonna be rough pushing through all this to get their Witch Hunter back.
Struggle, yeah. So unlike Cata 1, on Cata 3 the enemies have significantly more health, and with the Death Wish variant of this, it's not like the official Cata 3 that you can play in Weaves. There is no extra stagger multiplier, so that extra health is used in full by those enemies.
Getting a call out here, 7fly in the Nurgloth fight. Gonna switch over to them here presently.
Is going on the...
Let's go, some Nurglock action.
Yeah, move.
There it is.
Team 7fly, of course, seeing very, very quick work of both of these maps, getting to them quite quickly. You know, they decided to do Enchanter's second.
Let's see, we got a Ranger veteran, a Waste Stalker, Grail Knight, and I believe this is a Witch Hunter Captain we're seeing.
Nah, I kill like a warrior plus Stacy.
all fucking
One
dead.
behind.
Hit miss.
There's two. There's
Those
two.
piercing
So
shots
let's see
dealing
those
huge
piercing
damage.
shots. Yep. Even on Cata 3, we're still seeing an immediate phase.
That's what you want to
Piercing
see.
shots.
Like you called out yesterday, Grim, you do not
Yep.
want to have to deal with extra ads in this, so phasing Nurgloth is of the utmost importance.
So yeah, for those who might have missed yesterday, my explanation of this, Nurgloth
Oh,
will
fuck.
phase
I'm eating
at
something
66% and 33% health and send those big waves, as well as when the fight starts. Then if after he sends one of those big waves, usually he does this whole circle phase where you've got all those circles going, and then
Call out here from chat, they do not
If
want to
you
miss
do-
that Huntsman finale of Enchanters. You know, I actually opened up
Yes.
that stream. It looks like they are back in the keep.
unfortunate.
They're loading up
But-
Enchanters again, so
But
folks
this
will keep an
team,
eye on
we're
them.
seeing another phase before the circles phase is even over, because
Not on the
this
right.
this piercing shot value is being utilized at its maximum potential.
Absolute work coming out from
But
Captain
we've got
Kappa.
a bit of a Blightstorm in the arena, which is,
Side.
you know,
That is
being-
one
being
down, that is-
kept under control, regardless of it being raging
was a
on
bit
the
of-
entire time. Nope, some
only on
flies,
Oh no.
some flies.
Witchknight Captain is
Trying to get
down.
this revive, but you know the flies keep coming.
Wow, good team coordination
We get it
there.
up.
That could be rough going into phase 3.
Yeah, I just
Did not want to
Yeah,
lose
I
one
will be
teammate
at
there.
that move.
Yeah, so we still have one healing item. Conk Pot is used as the last phase starts.
Getting a call out that our team Happy Little Clouds are approaching the Blight Reaper finale. Let's see how this
Oh,
ends
the
before we
Blight
switch to
Storm.
them.
Casting through Alpha.
Dealt with right in time.
Ooh.
So me right now.
Of course, this
We've got
final phase.
Yeah, we've got leeches in this final phase. This Nurgloth's health has been ticked down by this Ranger veteran,
Okay, gonna
and
heal.
he goes down.
Wow. Just expertly
Very,
done.
very well
Surprise light.
executed.
That
Was
was
that
so
really
fucking
through the
bad.
wall, or was
Yeah,
it
that was through
like
the wall.
That has
in the
went through the
window?
wall.
But now, as we remember from yesterday, it's not over yet.
It is not
no,
over,
no.
my
It
friend.
came through there.
Cannot let it go to their
Nurgloth
heads.
the Eternal died after
Yeah,
3
I
minutes and
really
3
had no
seconds.
idea where it was.
Yeah, that is
As-
about as good as you can
That was
expect
the
to
first thing that
see
happens to us.
of a
Yep.
Nurgloth fight here. These guys are obviously on the top of their craft.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
was
kill.
gonna,
Yes.
I was gonna slow it down,
Left.
but
Yeah, shoutouts again,
Let's
Team
leave
7fly making the work there. They're pulling the ads in this phase and backing up. It's a smart move, because of course things spawn on all sides.
The Witch Hunter Academy that's shot by the Moonfire Bone reacts with a healing drop.
And the
Stop shooting me, Elf!
Moonfire Bow also giving AoE splash damage. Captain Kappa friendly firing himself in the process, so...
Middle.
Wow, making their way through... They dispatched those Storm Vermin faster than I think we've seen this entire
I
tournament.
think this might be as they turn around and start wailing on those slams. I was gonna say that they might have been trying to spawn manipulate slightly by not killing the clan rats, so that they could have avoided more Stormvermin spawns, which just happened right here. But no, they did kill them, and now we've got more stuff coming in. But they're just pushing through. The Grail Knight and the kill feed just popping off with those times 8 Stormvermin kills, times 9 just going at it off screen.
Yeah, that Grail Knight
And
putting in
that'll
work.
be it. That'll be it for this. These two
Can you all
Easy
here are gonna make it
victory for
immortal.
them. Wow, incredible. Making it look easy, because as we know, this event, even on vanilla, one of the hardest for players to deal with normally.
I'm going through the gas.
It's gonna be a victory for them for the second map.
I'm feeling so impatient here.
They'll be moving on to Wall Camp.
Oh, I'm getting hit.
Okay,
a
this
lot.
was dry.
Bringing up our King of Moose's friends again for Happy Little Clouds. It sounds like they're going into that Blight Reaper finale. Don't want to miss this.
I also ate you running at Jackson. It's fine. Horrible.
Oh no! Wow! What timing? I think we just
What-
turned over to
what
a
happened?
wipe.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I was 1 in 5 switches in. That event gave them no mercy.
That is soul crushing
Well,
to
that
see.
was
Of
fun.
course, a failure in the Blight Reaper finale means
Time to do it
32
again.
minutes
Oh, yeah.
of going through that map, getting through the hard parts of it in the sewer, and then of
just the
course that
warm-up.
finale pulling no punches at all, wrecking even the best of teams. So very sorry to hear that. You know, I do want to keep them up for now, see how, you know, if they move quickly
like
through that
skip
first part of Blight Reaper,
cutscenes. Yes.
as we look around and see what the other teams are up to. Again, our team American Capaveras, they were on that Enchanters run. You know, they failed. Oh no, I'm seeing a lost contact with host on Pestilence's screen. This was that team with the Huntsman. They have called for a pause. Yeah, their Huntsman has disconnected.
You can do it.
Folks, again, if you're not sure, pausing in this mode is okay.
So we have it
Of
on
course,
automatic.
don't want to do it too frequently because time is of the essence.
I only had one option, was debug mode.
Oh, you don't have the same. then.
I was going to switch to one of the teams that seems to be gone already.
Oh no, is a team already done with their runs completely?
It would appear so. I think it's one of the teams that we haven't watched yet. It's Red Wing Clover. I'm trying to pull up the team name. That would be Nurgle Noogies.
Guys, as you have heard us say many times, this mode is incredibly unforgiving. Of course, special kudos to anyone who dares try this difficulty, but, you know, if it doesn't go your way, if you're not well practiced for
It's
it,
not Beastman.
you can be out very quickly. Hearing a call from... Hearing a call from our happy little clouds that it's not Beastman. They are thrilled to get a Blight Reaper sewer event without Beastman. Of course, dealing with Chaos Warriors and Maulers, still tricky in the dark, but pretty standard hold location for them.
Yeah, we've got Gabex and Minions starting the Blight Reaper last event.
Fantastic, and I'm also taking a look
Standing in an interesting spot for the beginning of this.
at Team HFBS, also coming up on that event. I want to check them out, but let's go over to Gabex and Minions.
Yeah, they're staying in a very interesting spot for the beginning of this. At the no switches yet.
Oh,
Sending the Battle Wizard in to press it, I assume. I assume that their plan here is to make some abuse of drop downs. Here we go.
Gas is dead.
So like here, the thing here that happens with those drop downs, right, is that enemies that are climbing like this are considered fully staggered, which means that they take at base 40% extra damage, right? Assuming you don't have any talents that increase that, like mainstay. But usually mainstay is not run very often.
Really good time to mention, you know, folks, if you're not familiar with the mechanics, the underlying mechanics of Virgintide, first of all, there could be, you know, an entire thesis that someone writes and get their PhD on to explain it all. But there is a stagger system, so when enemies are knocked around, that's not just for show, they will actually take more damage. Stagger systems ranging from stagger 0 to stagger 2, and what Grim, of course, is calling out here is hitting enemies that are climbing, they're going to be in that max stagger stage, taking the most damage they can. So that's the strategy we're seeing Team Gabex and Minions use here.
Okay. You good?
So far, they're just making short work of everything before he even really has time to climb up.
Absolutely decimating it. Let me check on Team HFBS because they were coming up on this finale as well. Just chopping with the Executioner Grail Knight, destroying those Chaos Warriors.
So yeah, this other team, HBFS, HBFS by the way.
You know, I know it is supposed to be HBFS, and I double-checked twice this morning. They insist that their team name is HFBS. Because, of course, named after Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, a Daft Punk song, and also a D-type. But it does look like it's HFBS, so they're just mixing it up a little bit.
I didn't get the conk.
Well,
I mean, I didn't get the button.
if they say so.
If they say so, my friend.
Regardless, they're using the much more
Go
common
to the stairs.
spot for this finale. Meanwhile, on Gabex's team, they just were pushed off of their spot by a gas rat, landing one directly on it.
Move this way.
So now they've all had to drop off of that and are fighting a little separated.
I have few shields up here.
Там Блайд спереди у тебя, Илюха, заряжай огнемет. Справа от тебя Блайд.
I go now.
Ты нажал?
Oh wait, we have to loop.
No.
But
Yes, I'm on one.
Yeah, this is back on Gabex and minions, folks. As Grim was saying, they were pushing their position.
Got some fam.
They've got two here, two switches pressed, probably getting ready soon to press the third one that's right in the open. The Battle Wizard here with some mad discipline. Bauchef, who was down to 1 health and decided against using his medkit and instead farmed a whole bar of temporary HP out of absolutely nowhere.
Battle Wizard, of course, being a very common pick, gets just insane amounts of health off her stagger temp HP. Another reason why she's such a popular character. Trying to confuse you folks too much, I'm just taking a look back and forth at Team HFBS and Gabex and minions. They're neck and neck here.
Again, as another gas rat lands a globe right there.
Yeah, Gabex and minions, it seems like their point zero, their net zero, where they just keep returning to, is that spot up the ladder, next to the library books.
Yeah, we're back at the more usual spot that you see on that map.
Yeah, apologies again for the frantic camera switching here, folks. Just want to make sure we're not missing a moment in this intense finale, which I believe both these teams are playing on Onslaught Plus as well. So we'll see the harder version of this event.
Seeing some absolute DPS from this Grail Knight, going to town on all those elites.
Yeah, again, this is Isolator's perspective, folks. If you do not know, he's actually the mod maker for Onslaught Plus. So if anyone knows these events in and out, it should be him.
Yes.
3 out of 5 switches, I think, for both of these teams. Again, this is Team HFBS. They are back at the standard spot. Again, this is a team that's using the Drake gun on their Ironbreaker. We were commenting on this earlier when they were on Against the Grain.
I think you get more than if we don't put them, right? God. That means they're not staggered. So don't put them.
Yeah, Flame Sword, of course, a very popular pick. Beam Staff Battle Wizard here for those boss decimations.
Just don't
keep the strength, Gabex, for this wave. And proximity strength at the second wave.
Okay. Up to switch 4 out of 5 on Team Gabex and minions. Again, destroying the Chaos Warriors before they can do anything.
Yeah, that's climbing 40% extra damage. Just
yeah, seeing some very different strategies here on these two teams, and they're both making work. That's a Trollhammer Torpedo on those climbing elites, also making short work of them.
It's letting them decimate those waves at a pace that is almost unheard of for Cata 3.
What do you think? Is this a situation here, Grim, where this is going to be the new meta? Has this team defined the strategy for this finale?
Well, not necessarily, because this requires, like, obviously you still need DPS to pull off, like, killing that many Chaos Warriors. Look at those. Like, look at that. This is some, like, maybe 12 or so Chaos Warriors. Even with a 40% increased damage, it's not every setup that'll have the damage.
And that
mostly
is
have the damage to deal with this.
Chaos Spawn call. Difference in Onslaught Plus here, folks. Switch 4 out of 5 is all that has been hit, and the double spawn is here. Normally on Onslaught...
I'm wondering if there is going to still be another double spawn once they hit the other switch.
Oh, sir, I think we are in for a treat with that final switch hit. Onslaught Plus moving the double spawn to switch 4 of 5, so teams have to deal with them.
Yeah, as it is right now, yeah, they don't have to hit the last switch yet, even if that switch happens to have even more chaos spawns.
Yeah, they're of course going to be taking as much time as they need to safely handle this. They are all the way to the end of this incredibly hard map. They don't want to lose here. Hearing a taunt from their Iron
Right,
Breaker.
they are 40 minutes in this run,
I am proxy.
Я думаю, не агро.
which is a very large time investment, by the way. Since, you know, this tournament lasts 3 hours.
I'm gonna ult instead.
And this is where we're starting to see, you know, the difference between Cata 1 and Cata 3. Like, even with these teams who are at the top of their game, right? The time it takes to get through, like the sheer amount of meat that Cata 3 turns all of these enemies into.
Isolator here.
On top of Onslaught Plus, just adding even more.
Isolator here getting hit with a running attack from a Mauler that almost killed him. Would have killed a squishier unit. Him being a Ground Knight survived with just 20 HP. One of the most devastating attacks that you can get. Oh, and they have lost Bioshift.
No matter, he will respawn.
He'll be back.
Поднимать сальто сможете?
Just flipping over to HFBS here real quick. Yeah, very similar.
Full health with those sweet until temp health on all those Chaos Warriors. Meanwhile, HFBS?
Yeah, what I'm seeing from them is no Chaos spawns.
You know, they might be on the normal Onslaught, at least for this map.
I'll go out on my own terms.
No.
Yeah, this might just be normal Onslaught, folks. We will see the double Chaos spawn. Oh, no! No, they are on Onslaught Plus. It is just a delayed spawn.
I'm pretty sure you can get in.
It is Onslaught Plus.
Beam Staff trying to get as much damage as he can while the spawn just drops down and roars. Bioshift is back up for Team Gabex and Minions. That's great news for them, but Core goes down. Their Iron Breaker. They do not want to lose their Iron Breaker.
I think there's like literally just the Chaos spawns left at this point, so obviously the revive shouldn't be too difficult to pull off.
I got him back.
Nice, they're calling out who's going to get the res. Very important to know who the boss is on, so this other person can go and safely get the res.
Oh, come on, you motherfucker.
This is just back on HFBS here, folks. It looks like the wizard has one of the spawns, of course, doing a very wide kite path.
Quad just fully died, but I do suspect this would be intentional, just to reset the down for that last wave.
How low is he?
Yeah, the respawn, of course, part of the kite loop here on the Blight Reaper finale core should be up in about 30 seconds or so, and then they will probably plan to hit that switch and get out, as we often see teams do.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, once the 5th switch is hit, you do not need to kill everything. All you need to do is grab the Blight Reaper and run.
Yeah, of course, yesterday seeing some teams not being aware of that fact, staying and killing everything, which they were able to pull it off, but wow, talk about nearly snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
And you knock him down again, I just follow him, keep him there.
And again, folks, a couple of people have asked if we're going to be looking at some VODs for the teams that ran previously. We do have some VODs that we'd like to take a look at. Of course, we want to catch the action live as it is happening as much as we can. You know, hopefully at the end tier. Oh, and the last switch is pulled.
And we've got a
Rib Spreader. And the Blight Reaper door, you can see him running up against that door as they're trying to open it. And Gatekeeper Naglfar as well. So the Onslaught Plus event, instead of Chaos Spawns, there are 2 Lords that are chasing you out of the Sanctum.
Imagine training your whole life to be a Chaos Warrior and ending up as temp HP for a Girl Knight.
Yeah.
They're deciding to fight for a little bit as opposed to trying to run out of the gate. I suspect that there's just so, like, he's given in the map such a stream of enemies that trying to get out of the gate immediately is actually suicidal.
Yeah, and that gate is so deceptive, it takes so long to open.
Reaper. Everybody's got full-time health now.
Of course. Ice pulling the Lord away. I think Naglfar is on him.
They're having some people sacrifice themselves to make room at the gate for someone to exit.
And there we go. Ice serving his purpose, truly.
Yeah, I found the map kit, by the way.
Gabex is
Not
down.
everybody gets to live, but
near the stairs.
It's enough.
That is a victory for Gabex and Minions.
Он всю карту сидит.
Of course, congrats to them. HFBS at the same point here. Wow, neck and neck with these two teams. Pretty remarkable timing, honestly. We can see the perspective here of that door taking forever to open. Bodvar trying his best.
Bodvar just charging through.
Yeah, I believe, if I recall correctly, Naglfar's spawning at the far side, the exit side of this arena. Bodvar in the room with the Blight Reaper.
Так, парни в центр, в центр.
And they're doing a very similar strat, of course, splitting up.
The Blight Reaper ready to be taken by whoever wants, and now they have it. Somebody needs to leave.
Yeah, we're watching Dezo here. He is their battle wizard. No doubt he's going to attempt to get out.
Yes, 2 people even have made it out. 3 people are going to make it out. They're running.
Of course, with the Ground Knight on the team getting tons and tons of strength pots, it looks like Dezo has elected to run Concoction.
We've got an Iron Breaker, Sacrifice. 3 people making it out.
Yeah, our Iron Breaker staying behind. Concoction on our Battle Wizard so he can make use of those Ground Knight potions to just ult out. Congrats to HFBS, that was a clean win, neck and neck with the inventor of the Onslaught Plus event, so that's some incredible work there. Alright, let's take a look. What is going on with our other teams? Looks like Stop Hitting Us is also in that Blight Reaper finale. I want to check on our teams that are doing enchanters as well. American Capoeiras, it looks like they're before the Hall of the Poisoned Feast. Let me bring them up for a sec.
I'm also witnessing another team that we haven't really watched before so far. La Confrérie de l'Hexagone, a French team, it seems, that are still on against the grain, despite all their best efforts.
Oh no!
Currently, at the literal beginning of it, probably on their 3rd attempt at this point, I would assume.
Yeah, again,
considering
folks,
how long it's been.
Timed event here, just as a quick shout to where we are at with the event. We are coming up on the halfway mark, an hour and a half in. Some teams just completing their second map, some teams still on their second map. I mean, it is going to be very, very tight timing. You know, as Grim, you just said, these maps, even when played cleanly, take significantly longer. I mean, 45 minutes there on that Blight Reaper attempt for Isis team.
Yeah, Blight Reaper is one of those very long maps.
Yeah, Team American Capoeiras here on screen. I want to see, they're coming up on that Poison Feast. This, of course, will be a huge indicator of whether or not they're on normal Onslaught or Onslaught Plus.
Horde is over? No. Why is it?
Running that same loadout, of course. I really hope we can see this team get to the Nurglath fight. Some people have already called it out, but want to see how that Huntsman fares, how he can hopefully demolish Nurglath. That's, of course, their main DPS, aside from the Waystalker ult.
Oh, yes, I got him. Fuck, I got wasted my...
It's fine.
Nair calling out Grim that team on Grain has had a few crashes. Not sure what attempt they're on. Condolences to them. Fortunately, sometimes it just doesn't go our way. This is a modded PC game. Crashes and internet woes do plague us sometimes.
Another thing we haven't looked at much, the Dillerman Flight Squad on the Blight Reaper event right now, at 2 switches in.
Let's take a look.
If you are able to pull them up.
Dylan Flight Squad, it looks like Slashkex's perspective. Slashkex, guys, again, just a shout out. This being day 3 of the event. Day 1, we actually interviewed some of these players. So if you want to learn a little bit more about the insight, about their history with the game mode, definitely check that out if you haven't already.
So you got some coruscation action from this Battle Wizard, very standard build.
Coruscation, Witch Hunter Captain, Ironbreaker, Ground Knight, Battle Wizard. Again, we're seeing these meta picks here, folks. You know, there's, what, 17 careers in the game right now. But of course, when it comes to this level of difficulty, people aren't futzing around with meme builds. They're saying, what is the thing that's going to guarantee victory, fill that role on the team, and secure victory?
You should heal up whenever you can, Slash.
Yeah. Before you move.
Getting a warning here from XN about some foul language you might hear on the stream. Again, folks, trying to keep it as clean as possible. If you are sensitive to language, we never know what we might hear on some of these streams that we're restreaming, so certainly use caution there with your ears.
Oh, yeah, I guess I can heal.
2 out of 5 switches.
We definitely see a lot less, I guess less interesting is a way to put it, picks, since, you know, everybody just sticks to what they know will work. So you get to see those Wave Stalkers on the Enchanter's Lairs, you get to see Range of Errands there, but other than that, on most of the other maps, it's usually some combo of always Battle Wizard, always Witchhunter Captain, you know, very often a Grail Knight, maybe a Merc, you know, some Iron Breakers.
And Grim, I just wanted to switch over here to stop hitting us as well. This is incredible timing. We just saw 2 teams neck and neck in the finale. We're seeing 2 more teams neck and neck. Due to the overlays on Stop Hitting Us stream, I cannot see exactly what switch they are on, but they're in that finale. Looks like Chaos Warriors. No, no, it looks like we're still on a Skaven wave, so it must be early on as well. Just hit switch 3 for that Dilliman Flight Squad.
Yep, drop. Oh, we can take a shot.
It's interesting, we're seeing, yesterday we saw like quite a bit of a split of teams choosing Enchanter's Lair and Blight Reaper. This time around we're seeing quite a few teams going for Blight Reaper first. We did see one team going for Nurglot, clearing Nurglot as their second map, but most of the teams here have decided to go for Blight Reaper instead. They're keeping the Nurgly boy the last.
Well, that looks so
of course, some strategy that teams may be employing here, you know, they want to secure as many points as they can. You get points, of course, for... I'm going to turn him down just a little bit. If you want to secure points, secure victory on maps, you want to do one that you know you can win. Some teams, of course, feel very confident in their strategy on Enchanters. They want to get that out of the way when they're fresh. Some teams say, hey, you know what? We're not sure how we're going to handle Enchanters. We want to not get stuck there, you know, for maybe over an hour on that one map, which, of course, is why teams can swap between those 2 incredibly difficult maps.
This Foot Knight doing his absolute best on Stop Hitting Me to try and keep everything at bay with this Sword and Shield. Probably the most unusual pick we have in the whole tournament right now.
Yeah, honestly, love to see it, you know, as we move to all these other teams that are feeling very meta with their setups. I mean, a Handmaiden, Witchhunter Captain, Battle Wizard, they're not going the route with an Ironbreaker who, when, you know, shit hits the fan, so to speak, we're just having him pull everything away.
Quite a few Handmaidens, which is a solid pick. Her stamina regeneration aura is very strong when you've got those tight team formations that just stick very close together. Having everybody have that extra stamina affords everyone like that bit of safety that you really need when there's just that many elites on screen.
Yeah, getting some shout outs here again. Seeing a Foot Knight in this, it's incredible to see what work he can put out. People saying he's an absolute Chad. Definitely check this guy out if you want to see some more Foot Knight action. Yeah, I think Beechin called out he was on Switch 1 back when we called it. I'm sure we are at Switch 2, if not 3 at this point. A Dillian Flight Squad, switching back to them real quick.
You're currently on Switch 4.
4 of 5. Interesting to see if this is going to be an Onslaught Plus run. You know, as we're just tuning into these things, not always sure what the teams are running. Of course, teams are making these decisions on the fly as well. Didn't make them commit early to it, folks, so don't know exactly what they're running. But of course, if we get Chaos Spawns before they hit Switch 5, we'll know this is Onslaught Plus.
You're seeing some Trollhammer action from the Ironbreaker here. He's making those Chaos Warriors blow up.
You need to be the one to...
Alright, this is definitely normal Onslaught. You can see him. He's hitting that switch. They're going to take the Blight Reaper. So this is a normal Onslaught run, folks. This is what you can expect on your first Onslaught run on this map. You hit Switch 5, 2 Chaos Spawns show up. You don't have to kill them. You can just get out, run away.
So here we're seeing the point of view of this Ironbreaker just
no.
getting yoinked. But it seems like they're grabbing the attention of the spawn and...
Oh, it's not even open yet, okay.
We have, I think that's
a very magical Mauler showing up on screen for a moment there. He
Real
just-
Knight wanting to go Blade Reaper. It's not quite available yet. Now it is.
And I'm hearing Team Ratsling is on Bodvar in the war camp. Let me see if I can pull them up. I do not want to miss war camp action. That's the third map.
I will ult everything now.
Which name again?
It is Team
I'm
Ratsling.
very dead, just go.
I see. So another team that we didn't get to pay that much attention to, Team Chicken Salad, who seem to be already done with their runs. They're no longer online. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. As you said, Team Chicken Salad.
Yes.
Certainly just want to say, you know, I'm sorry we can't see every moment of all the action. Folks in the audience, love to have you here, of course, on the Fight the Tide channel. All these people streaming as well, you can always flip around. Love to hear you guys shout out to us when something cool is going on. You know, we only have so many eyes to be able to track it all. But we're on the War Camp finale here. This is Budvar Rib Spreader. This team, you know, made incredibly short work. You know, oh no, and a Trollhammer in the back.
Trollhammer,
God, my game stuttered.
making some good work of this Handmaiden.
Yeah.
To survive and against the Battle Wizard in turn.
Looks
There's
like
a heal available right here.
Yeah, 3 heals, 2 heals now on the team.
Time to drink it. There it is.
Lovely.
This Handmaiden running Boon of Shalia as opposed to Balkskin, which is usually the more popular pick in those higher difficulties where there's so much going on.
I love seeing people debate, you know, so many different opinions on Barkskin, on Boon, even folks swearing by Natural Bond. It's lovely to watch these conversations happen. Another big plug I want to say for the Onslaught Discord, the modded Discord. Folks, if you're not already in it, if any of this looks like something that you'd be interested in checking out, definitely join those. You can see, of course, all the notifications for tournaments and also meet some really cool people. So please check that out. Moonfire Bow headshotting Budvar here, trying to keep damage on. He's at half health. This event, Grim, slightly more hectic on Onslaught. We're getting a lot more ads.
It's a lot of ads in this event. And Budvar himself here, just the Handmaiden doing work, just chipping at his health so that, you know, the fight doesn't last absolutely forever. And Budvar probably like unlike the live rounds Carrick, a much more aggressive boss without needing any extra modifications in his behavior.
And Grim, you were telling me just the other day when we talk about Budvar, we talk about Nugglefar, effectively just Chaos Warriors that are sped up, right? You know, when we think about their attack patterns.
Yeah, it is for the most part most of the same attacks to Chaos Warriors, except noticeably sped up.
And of course, axe throw here and there. Budvar cowardly facing us in his arena, very alone.
This Handmaiden here has the ability to dodge through enemies, which, you know, at the end of the day, this Handmaiden can stay alive, just holding blood for a very, very long time. The only thing that'll ever disrupt that, since there are no specials in this event, is Budvar himself, just charging him ridiculously.
Budvar getting stuck in the corner a little bit there. Yeah,
Budvar get his bearing sometimes.
Providing a little bit of that same sort of CC that we expect to see with a Nurgloth fight. You know, if he knocks you around and then you get hit by a trash unit behind you, that could be GG, depending on how much health you have.
See, I've mentioned much about my character design, but for Budvar, I feel like I've got a lot less work to do on him. One thing, I have implemented this removal of the dodge window, which really helps Budvar, since it makes you need to time your dodge against his overhead attack. And on top of that, I feel like the main thing that I want to try and do is restore his ability to do damage through block with most of his attacks that he had in beta once. I think maybe early on in life, I don't remember when it got removed. It was either in beta or early release.
Love the discussion of how to change the lords. You know, the game has been out for 3 years on the vanilla difficulty. You know, safe to say most folks who put in the time will find the lord fights to be a little underwhelming. So it's always fun to see what, you know, the modded difficulty can do to make these fights a little more intense.
Now that I think about it, Ice is not gonna like me as well if I start implementing that, and all of his custom butt balls start start being a little brutal.
Hey, Brutal Lords is something I can get down with. I'm seeing some shouts here. I'm seeing, you know, Team Happy Little Clouds also coming up to Budvar, so we might be able to switch over to them in just a moment. Combine team getting to the Blight Reaper finale.
This fight is dragging on, but this team is surviving, and you know, little by little, Budvar's health bar is going down.
And I'm seeing a call.
Moonfire shot by Moonfire shot.
You know, it's an unconventional method. You know, it's slow and steady. There's not, you know, major DPS going out on a Lord that you can often see on the live realm. You know, sometimes Mimi Twitch builds for boss killing into him immediately, but slow and steady and staying alive.
Down he goes with the sword and dagger. Second charge.
Easy kill.
Having him right in the head.
Congratulations here to Team Moratslang. Team Stop Hitting Us. We tuned away from them. It looks like they beat Blight Reaper. That was our Chad Foot Knight. They have survived that.
All of a sudden 2 down as well. They have to... You know, there's not much of a stretch here, but be careful.
Yeah, don't let it go to your head, folks.
Yeah, this Handmaiden doing the right play and just holding block for the Alive, as the Handmaiden usually does.
Alright, folks. Looks like they've won there. Congrats to them.
As a player in the bubble, and a good game for them.
I wanted to switch back here to American Cavalieras. Duke Raven calling out they did it with a tome in hand as well, so just keeping the books with them for those bonus bragging rights. Fighting a Chaos Spawn here in the courtyard on Enchanters, Team American Cavalieras. This is a very common spot.
One person dead, and this, if I believe the screen filter, our point of view here is wounded. You have a different point of view here. I'm watching the Elf's point of view.
Yeah, so I'm on the Battle Wizard. Wounded Ironbreaker, Jarsa, wounded Waystalker, and then it looks like our Battle Wizard isn't wounded, but this is a very tense situation. They've lost their Huntsman, who previously, of course, you mentioned was running the Blunderbuss. You know, you're in a situation like this, and we talked about this before with Huntsman career. You know, Huntsman can devastate hordes, he can devastate Nurgloth, but you gotta get to Nurgloth. You know, if he's not holding up against the front line, if his team's not protecting him enough, you know, and that is a blown up Battle Wizard, not what you want.
The Battle Wizard, with Icon downing herself. That's not what Sienna wants to do.
Oh, we got separated.
I'm going short side now.
But all 3 is still holding on to life for now.
You know, looks like Team 7fly also in the Budvar fight.
Nice shot on this assassin from the elf. Juggling this with the Chaos Spawn. He's unfortunately using normal shots with the Moonfire bow, which deals noticeably less damage, and is actually not the right shot to be using on the Chaos Spawn.
Well, Grim, not to interrupt, I just turned to Team 7fly and got them on camera. Budvar was at half health, and he just disappeared. I'm going to assume Troll Hammer Torpedo on this Ironbreaker and the Grail Knight dished out that damage. A completely different strategy than what we just saw with Team Ratslang, who opted...
Yeah, no Handmaiden in that team. They dealt with it the hard way.
Wow. You know, it's over in a blink. Don't blink, folks. Sometimes you miss it.
It's questionable whether it's the hard way for them or for Budvar, really.
Even when we were slowed down, we just lost some minutes. Like, well,
that fight lasted 26 seconds. That was our fastest fight so far.
Okay, and I'm seeing King of Mooses here. They are about to drop into Budvar's arena. Let's get them up.
I mean, Rob got me the extra strength, and I was able to bomb him too.
Hearing calls there of a Strength Bomb. Of course, Strength Bomb's doing nice damage, proccing
should
shrapnel.
I use my perp, or should I give it flu?
Proxy, please, but don't do it before I say so, yeah?
Okay.
This being Team Happy Little Clouds, guys. They've opened up on Bodvar with half damage already dealt. Proxying a Grail Knight is a very common strategy that we're seeing here. Concentration potion, just letting him get some quick stabs before things start to go crazy.
Yeah, normal Onslaught. Bodvar still tries to do this little I'll take you on my alone spiel for much less time than he does normally, but still, if you've got an execution that's instantaneous, you can catch him on his own at the very start, right before he immediately drops an ads.
Oh, and that's a Grail Knight down, but the Handmaiden was right where he fell. I couldn't have been more perfect for them.
Strong opener, but now they've got to finish it off. He doesn't have much health left.
Wow, the Grail Knight is dead. He, of course, being their main form of DPS so far. Moonfire Bow and a Handmaiden, probably going to see some similar headshots going out.
Yeah, the Moonfire Bow, while it does deal nice chip damage, doesn't really burst him down, even with this little health left. And the spear is not going to be a weapon that kills him very quickly either.
Folks who have been...
he goes to the middle and takes a few hits.
Oh, hold on, guys, hold on.
Of help.
Oh no, and that was a lot of damage to our Handmaiden. All they have to do is get some hits on Bodvar, he falls. Wow. And folks, if you have been stuck in this arena against ads trying to get revives, Bodvar is on you. You know how tense this can be. They pulled it off, they didn't choke. You love to see it.
They even got the Grail Knight back up, so yeah, now they're deciding to just clear out everything before moving away.
Yeah, Team Happy Little Clouds with another victory. Really, really awesome showing from this team.
Maybe someone just ult away. Oh.
Yeah, don't risk anything.
Are we killing?
Quickly switching over to the American Capybaras. Does look like they have lost that Enchanter's run.
From behind.
When I hear what they're saying here, it looks like they're queuing it up again. This has got to be their third and final attempt, right? We've seen them twice now, fairly far into it. We're at an hour and 45 minutes here, folks. You know, it looks like they opted to do Enchanter's Lair as their second map, and this is really where you can see you get punished when you get far into a map with multiple attempts. You know, you want to be able to secure that score, but it hasn't gone their way.
Yeah, we got this. We got this.
Another rest in peace here to Team Strike 4, no longer live anymore.
Condolences to Strike 4. Thank you for participating, of course.
Everybody take deep breaths, bro.
Taking a look at the Dillerman Flight Squad. They're making their way through the first drop of War Camp, so we have to want to keep an eye on them. You know, something we haven't been able to catch so far is the Battering Ram event in War Camp, which of course can get quite out of hand on these Onslaught and Onslaught Plus difficulties. We'll keep an eye on them as they are proceeding.
So here we've got La Confrérie de l'Hexagone, who are still on grain.
My
Probably
goodness.
with bonus time, if you want to pull them up.
It's a trap.
Yeah, let me get them here.
Oh no! The castle is a trap.
There were two men alive, Witchhunter Captain, the Handmaiden, just running for their teammates through the field. And the Battle Wizard that will go back up.
I certainly hope, and certainly if there's an organizer who can confirm for us, you know, it sounds like they had some crashes. Unfortunate to hear. You know, hopefully they got some bonus time, because again, being nearly 2/3 of the way through the tournament and still on map 1, you know, not a position you want to find yourself in. Looks like an Ironbreaker, Battle Wizard, Handmaiden, and Witchhunter Captain. Again, some very common picks that we're seeing. Their Ironbreaker actually down.
Yeah, the Battle Wizard got recently revived at the ammo box, but the Ironbreaker unfortunately is further down.
T'es pas que moi. Veko, tout le monde. On est en train de grimper le ping. Oui, je sais, mais à mon avis, ça doit être toi, bro.
Ah ouais, ça l'a
I think I'm witnessing some lag here from this point of view.
Yeah,
some weird enemy behavior.
I'm getting a little bit of lag as well on the stream.
Not really frame rate. Ooh, that gas shot. Not really
Yeah, a
frame
lot
rate
of
lag, but
buffering.
like the
Yeah.
enemies are just spazzing out slightly as they.
Le pire tournoi.
Well, happy that he's still finding some fun and laughter in it. You know, I hope they're not discouraged. I hope they keep pushing forward.
C'est cool.
So this is amazing, Grim. I'm actually seeing Team HFBS
Le vert et ses petits frères.
is neck and neck here. Let's see, who's this? Dillerman Flight Squad. They are quite literally in the exact same spot on Warcamp right now.
Oh putain, je prends, mec.
Yeah, some very similar paces from a lot of the teams here. Not counting the one currently on screen. Well, not anymore. But
Okay, I grew all the trend before dropping.
it's
Yeah, that's what you think.
very nice to see so many teams being able to get this far in.
Coincidence behind.
Again, folks, if you're just tuning in, Warcamp Map 3.
What have I
done?
Map 3 in the tournament. Over halfway. You know, it is a very challenging map. We've seen two teams so far get to Budvar and decimate him. One a little bit faster than the other.
You've also got team just passing through, just starting the Blight Reaper event.
Sorry, Grim, which team?
Just passing through.
Let's take a look at them just passing through. We haven't had them on cam just yet.
So I'm just rifling through all of the teams and seeing all of their status.
Yeah, 0 of 5 switches. So they just cleared that initial wave. Looks like they're waiting.
没有没有没有会都会。
我觉得后面就够，后面的那3波应该侧感应该够刷第2瓶子吧。
主要是要来烧弹人了。
So this is, I believe, currently the only team in an event right now.
Yep. We're waiting, folks. Warcamp, of course, people are making their way through the maps. A lot of the time with these teams, you know, they're playing at such an exceptional level. You know, they tear through long stretches of the normal map. So, of course, we want to see the action. We want to see where these teams get the most pressure put on them. Looks like we had some beastmen, actually, guarding the Blight Reaper behind that door. Always hilarious to see. So these folks did have a beastman seed here on this map. Very challenging. I always like to call it out just because it provides such a challenge. And, you know, again, just part of the RNG that you can get with Virgintide.
So right now we're seeing them fighting quite a bit on the 0 out of 5 switches. Unless it's just...
And some archer shots coming through. Where did they come from?
主要是第3波吧。
你们回去，你们回去，你们回去，你们回去。
Sounds like they're preparing. It sounds like an ambient Chaos Warrior. They
Yeah,
pulled the first switch.
It's not too rare for some of those to be standing on top of the bookshelves that you can't reach.
Well, Grim, as this team gets going, I do apologize. I have to step away for just a moment.
他们跳快哦。
Just want to call out again, this is team just passing through on the Blight Reaper finale. They're going to be clearing out as much as they can, steadily hitting those switches. Hopefully Catastrophe doesn't strike.
Yeah, this team you're trying to utilize the most common spot of this map where the respawns are. It's Blightstorm trying to disrupt them a little bit, as well as some Chaos Warriors.
And again, calling
But they're
out what they're
holding
running.
on for
Ranger
now without
Veteran.
anything too terrible happening to any of them.
Coruscation Staff, Battle Wizard, Ranger Veteran, Witch Hunter Captain, and Merc. Not an exact setup that we've seen so far, but again, a lot of the same careers that we would expect. Alright, give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back, folks.
It is a Ranger Veteran on something other than Enchanter's Lair.
稍微转一下。
Just with the 36 ammo, which means he's running that Masterwork pistol.
绕一下，绕一下，绕一下。
先把毒气抓掉吧，有点恶心。
Battle Wizard inhaling a bit of gas here. It's staying upright.
还是没有吗？
What seems to be most of the first wave, so they might send in someone to press the second switch at this point. A little bit of hesitation, which allows the trickle, a new trickle wave to spawn in before they do so.
上面还有一支机枪哦。
And now I assume, yep, they're sending someone.
还是直接要直接开。
Are they?
不要吧，稳吧。我很怕。
Starting to wonder now why they're not pressing the switch.
稳吧。
They have to realize that this trickle wave does not end. It will keep spawning again and again, bringing in more specials every single time. Since the specials of this are actually part of the trickle wave. Not something that's usual for most events, and a lot of maps, the specials that are brought in are usually not part of a trickle wave. They're usually either their own spawns that are independent of waves, or they are part of the waves themselves. Like you usually see waves. Yes?
My friend, I have returned. I hope I did not miss the world. Tell me what's going on.
Not too much, no. They're still taking their sweet time here on this first switch, and for some reason they have, like, they are on the trickle waves here, right? Like, there's almost nothing on screen, yet they're stubbornly not going for this next switch. I think I wonder if they're thinking they're trying to exhaust this event, which is not something that they can do yet, since, you know, this trickle wave will keep on respawning over and over, and they finally decide themselves to hit the switch and progress onward.
As you mentioned to me yesterday, some events exhaustible, some events not. You know, Blight Reaper, the early rat waves, not really something you want to waste too much time on. Taking a look at some other teams here, Slashkex currently fighting a Rat Ogre on War Camp. That's our Dillerman Flight Squad. We'll be tuning in, of course, to them once they get to Budvar or the Battering Ram event. Team HFBS, very similar pace in War Camp. Dillerman Flight Squad edging them out just ever so slightly.
还有一波，还没出完。
因为那只刺客卡住吧。
We're talking about actually the Battering Ram event. We've got Gabex and minions who are right there right now. Just at the beginning of this Battering Ram event.
Alright, I want to see it. I'm going to bring it up real quick
against a very large meat wall of chaos. As well as some gas. Giving some long problems to this battle wizard.
Alright, folks, again, Gabex and minions up here. Bioshift, we're hearing the exclamation from him as soon as...
getting rather annoyed by whatever killed him.
Very enthused. Folks, as you know, playing this map in vanilla, we of course have a lot of elites, a lot of shielded bulwarks coming in, but a very predictable wave of enemies. Onslaught plus, Cataclysm 3, Deathwish Onslaught. This event is anything but normal. Multiple waves of Chaos Warriors, Savages, Maulers. I mean, the density here is unlike anything you've seen when it comes to Chaos.
Battering Ram is not supposed to be the mainstay of this War Camp event. Usually it's after the Battering Ram, you know, that you get the meat of the camp, and then there's everything. But I'm sure that Heist has taken it upon himself to fix that and make it so the Battering Ram is very well defended now.
Chat helping us out here with their many eyes. It does sound like American Capybaras failed.
I don't know.
Hate to see it, hate to hear it. You know, of course, wanted to see that action with the Huntsman, but best of luck to them, of course, as they continue onward.
Be ready for growth now and go.
It sounds like Core also crashed right before they started this event, so thankful he was able to rejoin.
Gas is exploding.
As long as it's not the host crashing, it's quite recoverable thanks to the pose mod.
Core, of course, is that perspective we were watching earlier, and the frame rate drops in the Blight Reaper sewers, so his PC might be getting stretched pretty thin by the amount of elites on the screen.
Oh, I can't see them.
We're clear.
There's a blight in the back. Don't know where.
Next wave
spawning.
Hearing the call for the Blightstormer. Of course, something that you don't often get in vanilla here is a lot of specials in this event. So in addition, of course, to this insane meat wall of Chaos Warriors and Elites, you have to worry about Packmasters waiting through and Blightstormers who are casting all the way from Narnia, trying to disrupt the team.
Assassin on the left.
There's an assassin being dispatched. Hookrat is down. Blightstormer trying to capitalize. He is down. Of course, Witch Hunter Captain here adding some supplemental special sniping.
So we're seeing here, this, as thick as those meat walls are, they vanish just as quickly to the absolutely insane DPS that this team is capable of producing.
He's dead.
Bunking.
Yeah, Ice showing off once again. You know, we saw it in the Blight Reaper finale. Bring in a Grail Knight with an Executioner sword.
Grail Knight point of view with Executioner just tearing through Chaos Warriors like they're clan rats.
Oh, there's another one.
Grim, you know, this harkens back to something that you were talking about yesterday when it comes to difficulty, ways that you'd like to see the game get more challenging. You know, you throw 20 Chaos Warriors in a small room at a team like this, Chaos Warriors are dying 100% of the time, you know, so, you know, it's not always about how many enemies you can throw in.
That, when they were on Blight Reaper, on that, like, small area, and they just baited, like, literally, like, 12 or so Chaos Warriors into climbing, and they all fell over, like, within a matter of seconds, right?
Don't you like my title?
It's like, that's
right,
why I do believe that I really need to create, like, the next level of difficulty that, as far as, like, you know, enemy toughness goes, as opposed to just enemy numbers.
Yeah.
Because while Onslaught Plus does, you know, do its job, it also melts the PC of a few people, you know?
Of course. Alright, we're seeing a hallmark here again of Onslaught Plus. They have finished the Battering Ram event, but by opening the door, you're actually getting a spawn of Chaos. And then in addition to this, there are going to be many more Chaos Warriors guarding this door than you would expect. Like, basically soloing the spawn of Chaos again. Ice knowing exactly what to do. Those juicy Executioner headshots. And that is a dead spawn. Checking in on a couple other teams here just as they make their way through the camp, the rush of the camp. Team Nice Guy Smiley Face, this is Real Cheese team's Chin Chillin'. They're actually in the Blight Reaper sewers with a spawn of Chaos.
It's so dead.
Yes. But those Darkness bosses, they're always traitorous.
Yeah, I'm seeing some Masterwork pistol action, so that Chaos spawn is dead, folks. We did actually lose Nero, I believe was their Witch Hunter captain, so that's not good.
Now, and they're separated. This Ranger Baron taking some god breaks as he tries to rejoin with this Battle Wizard. Some Besticles blocking the way. Now they're all stuck in this corner, and this Battle Wizard who has to play frontline with Fire Sword.
Apologies, folks, just buffering video here for a second.
Ah, and down they go. The Blightstorm does them in.
Most unfortunate, that darkness there, of course, on Blight Reaper. Trouncing some teams. Even with Gabex and minions here, of course, they're going into the Budvar fight.
No, we didn't got the VTO, so we don't get time back.
They've actually made their way through this camp, which is, even in vanilla, an onslaught of enemies. Of course, a lot more Chaos Warriors in this version, but they have made very, very short work of it. I'm also taking a look here at Team HFBS. They are on work camp as well, a little bit behind where Team Gabex and Minions is.
No problem.
First reaction is to charge away as fast as I can from those leeches now if you're next to me.
I am.
Okay, Dillerman Flight Squad coming up here on the battering ram event as well.
Also watching here, combine with the Handmaiden clutch, just running to those respawns. It's a duo almost kind of leaving the Siren Breaker to fend for himself for a while.
You know, we saw it yesterday. Sometimes that Handmaiden, even on this level of difficulty, can pull out some insane clutch plays.
Yep, never underestimate the power of holding block and pressing F.
So as we look at Dillerman Flight Squad here, they're trying to deal with the battering ram event as well. Lightstormers coming out, dealing with multiple waves of elites. And a quick camera switching here, folks. We got a lot of action going on. Budvar Rib Spreader for this is Team Gabex and Minions. He is about a third down. No, again, we would expect Grail Knight to be dishing out a lot of the DPS in this fight.
He has to be able to reach the Budvar, who's currently stuck in this corner.
Wow, Budvar is completely camping their wizard. No, you do not want...
Concoction Potion was used, or well, the triple effect. The Budvar being all over the place with his charges, taking another Grail Knight hit.
Classic case here, folks. It's so important, of course, with normal monsters, knowing who they're on. In the case of something like a Lord that can completely charge and disrupt someone, doubly important that the right person is on them.
Here we go, he goes down.
And he is dead.
Well executed.
Gabex and Minions, of course, showing again how it's done. Very quick and easy dispatch of them.
So after we heal here, you can't really
Dillerman Flight Squad has made their way to the battering ram. It is open.
We don't have any extra healing, so
they have, of course, have been able to handle that special wave onslaught, that elite wave onslaught.
Massively epic.
I don't believe this team is also plus, so we're dealing with normal onslaughts here. There are no bosses or such thing right here.
Definitely a normal onslaught play. Again, don't say that to say that it is not challenging, folks. Of course, these teams make it look incredibly easy. This is just about as hard as Virgintide can get. You know, some teams electing for Onslaught Plus, which makes it even harder for that additional score multiplier. You know, I'm seeing some folks ask about, you know, what are the rules? What are the tourney rules? Looks like, you know, in chat, you can read the tourney rules. They're linked there with some chat commands, but also, just want to remind you there is an official Discord for this entire tournament, so if you want to see the ins and outs, the prizes that are available, the teams that are involved, all that information, of course, available there.
And he's also known as John Penisman, so...
Got just under an hour left for these teams to compete and finish those last maps. So we're gonna start seeing probably a lot of Enchanter's Lairs, as a lot of those teams have decided for Light Reaper first. It's always going to be interesting to see all of those teams go for those Nurglot kills. Who's my favorite?
Certainly ending with a bang. Folks, if you didn't see yesterday, again, this is day 3 of our event here. Yesterday, Tier 1 teams competed on Cataclysm 1 difficulty, but with the same modifiers. So we played Enchanter's Lair, lots of victories, lots of soul-crushing defeats, especially fighting Nurgloth, the Eternal on Enchanter's Lair. Today, Cataclysm 3, ratcheting the difficulty up even more. I'm watching multiple streams right now, again, Dillerman Flight Squad going to the same thing that Gabex and Minions just did, trying to get through the camp. I'm also looking at Team HFBS, who is coming up on the battering ram event. Again, Grim, it's crazy to me that for all the RNG, all the crazy stuff, of course, that happens in Virgintide, all these teams are basically neck and neck. They're in the exact same spot over the course of the last 2 hours.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of those same meta picks, right? Like, it's a very similar class choices, and you know, the power level of all those teams as a result, the theoretical power level that all those classes can bring is about the same as a result, so we're seeing what the absolute top end of those classes can do, right? And it turns out,
know your entire life.
once you play optimally, you know, it's
You know, I'm hearing here in chat, it unfortunately sounds like American Capybaras are down to 1 player on their current match. That was that team that we were watching for that early Enchanter's Lair pick. You know, they didn't succeed on that map. Sounds like they are on War Camp right now.
No, long.
Yes, but you gotta say that your dodge takes 4 seconds on 150 ping.
I'm seeing it. This is a Handmaiden clutch. We are currently at 2 people alive, actually. We've got a Grail Knight alive, as well as the Handmaiden. And the Handmaiden getting those revives in.
Taking a look here, folks. American Capybaras, Handmaiden clutching yet again. I mean, showing why some teams opt to run with a Handmaiden. You know, we get these meta picks, but if your team needs to rely on some, you know, safety, some clutchability, Handmaiden's an obvious choice for this tournament.
So we're seeing in those Weave 160 frames on display here. So they're probably well used to having a Handmaiden run around and revive people.
Folks who normally just play vanilla, if you're not used to modded difficulties, of course you might be familiar with the other modes in Virgintide, like Weaves and the most recently added Chaos Waste. Weaves, not a super popular game mode, but the frames that we see here on 2 members of this team are for beating not just Weave 120, but Weave 160. That level of gameplay, not exactly the same as modded, but of course people need to be on top of their game and know some unconventional strats to secure victory. Battle Wizard here, getting assassined, almost died. Wounded Battle Wizard with an assassin on him.
They do have, the Handmaiden does have a healing draft, but they need to realize that and pass it on.
Switching back here real quick, Dylan and Flight Squad, they are on Budvar.
Clear all of this, and we can
multiple teams making their way through the war camp. That is a down Witch Hunter captain. Oh, the Savage is gonna get him. No, he survives.
About 40% health, I'd say.
Oh yeah, folks who are looking for the health bar, it's down
it's at
below. The bottom. Of course, multiple people in modded, different HUDs, hard to see. Budvar is dead.
Damage is going down after 53 seconds.
That might be the fastest that we've seen, because even Team Gabex and minions, who killed him quite quickly, you know, they still had a lull there. Budvar was not on them.
That's an adventurous
that was
berserker.
some execution.
I don't know, I might just end up playing the counter for this map.
Incredible display there.
And then you will only
and Flight Squad.
You will regret.
Team American Capybaras, watching them once more, making their way through.
I got him.
Dylan and Flight Squad edging in that victory on War Camp.
Congrats to Dylan and Flight Squad, making it look easy.
Наверное, минут 8, а потом, блядь, если мы
Guys, this is Team HFBS. HFBS probably playing this event on Onslaught Plus. They're about to open the battering ram door. I want to take a look at this, of course, because on Onslaught Plus we do get a spawn of chaos here.
Are we certain that this is Onslaught Plus? This
I just
map
heard
right now seems so very clean for Onslaught Plus.
I think this team, again, they told me beforehand, they like to kill things as quickly as possible, lay waste to it all. It is Onslaught Plus. We have the spawn of chaos here.
One potential thing, I think, see this this first battering ram event is actually exhaustible, it turns out, so they might have just done that, which is why they were moving the ram without anything in the way.
I was watching Team Chinchillin do some practice runs throughout the week. Again, folks, a lot of these teams are new, they're first timers, but they've been practicing as much as they can. Some of these teams here, they've been playing together for a long time and have had, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of hours in this mode. With that said, though, Team Chinchillin, they were going the exhaustible route that Grim was talking about. Some of these events, they spawn an insane amount of enemies, but if you can kill it all, you can get to that save point and proceed forward. So they will be up to Budvar here very soon, I'm sure. It also sounds like Gabex and minions, they're onto Enchanter's Lair. Let's take a look and see what other teams are up to.
Gabex and minions turning up Enchanter's Lair, we'll have to keep track of that. You don't want to miss their Nurglot kills.
Team 7 Fly, who we were watching earlier. Let's take a look where they are. They're actually on Blight Reaper.
Just witness La Confrérie de l'Hexagone dying on Against the Grain still. I do assume at this point that regardless of disconnects and everything, that has got to be their last attempt on that map.
I would hope that they can, you know, sometimes when you're in it and you're failing that much on one map, it can be good to just move on to something else. You know, get a fresh taste in your mouth. You know, beating your head against the same challenge.
With 2 hours and 15 minutes in, it's impressive, honestly, that they're still on the one map.
Yeah, taking a look at Team 7 Fly here, it looks like they just lost on Enchanters. They're loading back into Enchanters. So again, folks, Enchanters, if teams did not opt to do it early, will be the final map. So we're about to see most teams, I think, start to be in Castle Drakenfels, and hopefully we can see some good Nurgloth fights. Checking on Team Stop Hitting Us as well.
Не, просто будет каждую карту можно по 2 трая так, оп-оп, а потом на последний типа
We got the American capybaras fighting a Chaos Spawn in the second Grimoire area of Warcamp.
Мужики, очень спереди дохуя идет, прям пиздец что-то. Я, возможно, сейчас буду распевать, да.
We've got
это не хочется вообще.
Mooses at the start of Enchanter's Lair. Dilliman Flight Squad also at the start of Enchanter's Lair.
Coming down to the final hour. Again, folks, 3 hours and 15 minutes on the clock from the start time, of course, at 12 noon Eastern.
Anyone have construction?
Team American Cavaveras here, as Grim said, fighting in this wide open area of Warcamp. Very standard to see a monster here. They have a lot of space to deal with this spawn of chaos, but oh my goodness, their special sniper, their battle wizard, getting assassinated. Fortunately, a handmaiden there to immediately pick him up.
Then we've got HFBS, who is also going to enter Budval right now. If we want to see that kill. They have...
we do.
They have 2 Kung Potion and a Speed Potion available to them, as well as multiple bombs.
Я на позицию, да-да-да, я же знаю.
This is the Onslaught Plus variant, so there is an initial wave disrupting the opener immediately.
Один хаот не загранный, Рок, осторожно.
Я понял.
Noticeably slower fight so far. I don't know.
That healing draft, not quite drank in time.
I feel like that Grail Knight, you know, so far we've seen Budvar's health to a maximum of 2/3 after that initial phase for pretty much every team. Yeah, I don't know if that Grail Knight just wasn't in position, like you said.
This Grail Knight is taking a beating right now.
Yeah, the initial wave.
Godbreak, Gunbreaker goes down. The 2 down, 3 down. Oh no!
Oh no! And that is a wipe.
That is an unfortunate wipe.
That is a wipe for Team HFBS. What a long Warcamp run to end like that.
Was that? I think it was 38 minutes in.
38 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot of the time.
Hearing Team 7 Fly on last map finale.
So we're being told that 7 Fly is starting Blight Reapers, and I believe they were a team that chose to do
5 minutes concentration.
Enchanter's Lair first, right?
That's correct. Again, folks, you're able to swap those 2 maps. Team 7 Fly really been putting in an incredible showing this entire time. Havoc and Rob, again, they were on day 1 doing some interviews with them. If you're just tuning in, first time you're hearing it, definitely check out that VOD. You know, we've seen the Blight Reaper finale a couple times so far. I don't know about you, my prediction is this team's going to handle it completely well, but, you know, maybe I'll knock on wood for them real quick.
I believe, were they on normal Onslaught, right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, taunted.
So they do not get the score multiplier from Onslaught Plus, but they are, you know, speeding through this tournament right now.
Still the wave. That's still the wave.
At the final event, at the final map, with
No, that's
Well,
And
we
Good
think
40
that's
plus
awesome.
minutes to spare.
It's incredible, Grim. We were talking yesterday
Wasn't sure
about
if
some
it's still
teams who were just able to completely trounce
No,
all the
give me ammo
maps,
now.
beating all of them with
Yeah, I think
more
our
than an
fastest
hour to
team-
spare.
Yeah, our fastest team yesterday, I think, had everything done by a 2-hour
The
mark,
fuck
right?
was that, Simon?
Oh.
He staggered in a weird
Yeah, if I
way,
recall
and then
correctly, some star players that we saw yesterday, Team the Virgintide.
So that's what we saw. Like,
This is like
it's
mini
one way we
freeway.
get to see the difficulty difference here, right? Like yesterday, our fastest team was trouncing everything in 2 hours, and our slowest teams were, you know, having failures after failures, but you know, making it through a long stretch of those maps. Meanwhile, this time around, even our fastest teams are, you know, still not done yet with their maps, but there are several teams who have had to just go home early because they expended all of their attempts way too quickly.
And now that we're talking about it, I'm looking at some of the teams from yesterday. I remember some really awesome plays from Kislev Fried Chaos, the Virgintide. Team were never going to make it with that soul-crushing final run on Enchanter's Lair. And of course, even if teams didn't win matches, we had some incredible showings, some incredible moments and clutches from team like Little Hippo Lovers. So, folks, if you didn't see that, day 2 of the series that we have here, day 1 of the tournament, that was yesterday's VOD, and again, interviews were on Friday, and that was day 1. Definitely check those out on the channel if you're interested in looking at them. And speaking of VODs, once the teams are kind of coming to a close here, we do actually have some VODs sent in from teams that played at odd hours. So of course we want to showcase those events. We'll take a look at some of those and see, did they succeed? Maybe they did a little bit differently. So stay tuned for those too.
Now this is the pretty shit wave.
That's the monk wave. No, wait. Never mind. That's the shit wave.
They're currently 2 out of 5 switches in.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, this is the wave with the random gunner.
I'm looking through some of the other teams as well and seeing their status.
Yeah, there should be another wave after this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
all
they
over.
come.
Right.
Yeah, we always forgot that there's like another wave after this, and we freaking pull it early.
Then we wonder why the third one is so big.
Yeah.
You fucks.
I'm seeing Team Happy Little Clouds. King of Mooses, who was streaming earlier, is actually offline. Not sure if something's going on. We'll see if we can check back with them.
Yeah, Happy Little Clouds, which was
Also pull the thing.
Here's
Yeah, I'm following it.
Kappa's already here.
yeah, I think we're starting to see. Oh yeah, King of Moose. There. I wouldn't have expected them to be there offline right now.
Yeah, you know, and I'm also seeing the same thing from Team Chinchillin. That's the team that has Real with Cheese, Nice Guy Smiley Face,
Yes.
Eugene, and Near Red Grape. Also offline right now.
This is not the big
That-
one, yeah.
That
Oh,
went
that's-
away.
That's the leech one.
This is the monk wave.
And the leech wave.
Yeah.
Wait, shouldn't this
Let
be
me
the leech
see
wave?
here. We might have.
Pull the switch.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, this is trash.
Look at this.
That was good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
Some
are.
score reports. I don't know if any of these teams have done that already.
Taking a look at Dillerman Flight Squad, of course, we just saw destroy Budvar and
Yeah.
Warcamp. They're making their way through Enchanter's Lair, so we'll be
Nice
checking on
Guy
them soon.
Smiley Face have reported their scores. They have failed on Light Reaper, unfortunately.
Pulling it in anticipation
Unfortunate to hear.
before.
And does it have their score for Enchanters? Did they do that second?
Yeah, they did a first try. Apparently, they did Grain and Enchanters first try, but then failed on Warcamp and Blight, unfortunately.
Incredible.
Freaking.
This is the. Oh boy.
I just killed 6.
So meanwhile, we've got 7th Lie here,
Put the sound.
still on the
I mean, at least I didn't
third
steal my other
switch.
one. So thanks you for
I'm
catching.
also checking on Team
Stealing.
Gabex and Minions once more, because they are
I
on
think
Enchanters
so,
as
but I
well. They
Wait,
just
wait.
made their way through the Hall of the Poisoned Feast.
Alright, summon ammo.
As some people called out in chat,
And ticket.
Zealot with Brace of Pistols.
You just
Look at the speed.
An interesting choice.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
The Confrérie de
Oh, yeah, you
l'Hexagon,
got Broxian killed the
after
second one. It's good.
their
You're
very
still-
long
you're
stretch on Against the Grain, are no longer with us.
which is...
Well, want to thank them, of course. Thank all the teams, even if they're out of the competition, for being a part of this. It's been just such an incredible showing. An overwhelming amount of teams in this event. Again, 24, 25, and Tier 2 alone. Obviously can't cover everyone, but thank you so much for taking a part of this. Combine's team on War Camp, as is Team Stop Hitting Us.
I not proxy.
So we're still seeing here 7fly having hit this forward switch and getting the very large Chaos Warrior wave coming at them.
But we can do the...
And you're gonna see the Ground Knight with the Executioner Sword. The most like meta pick Mason Sword and Executioner Sword Ground Knight. It's just everybody's running it nowadays.
As shown by Ice on both War Camp and on Blight Reaper, can absolutely destroy just a powerhouse by himself. We're getting those double spawns here for Team 7fly.
Yes, that's an Onslaught plus.
I'll just give me the strength.
As XN called out, they may come out with a perfect score.
Use it on the next wave.
Yeah, I mean we can just use everything now.
What do we do if we actually we actually have a tie here? Like, are we gonna have more than one team with a perfect score on Onslaught plus?
I lost one.
Could you imagine a tiebreak situation? I don't even know what we'll do. We'll have to go to the tourney organizers and find out.
They're on me, but you need to kill them.
1v1 me. Empire in Flames mid. No Moonfire Bow.
Okay, I do another loop and you should be mostly done probably.
Should be done here, yeah. Oh, there's gas coming.
This team just solid right now. It's not even much to say. They're just killing everything, right?
You know, a testament
nobody's
again.
going down. Nobody's struggling. It's just some very standard DPS.
Shows just how polished some of these teams are. Again, folks, if you're new to this, if you're new to the Onslaught series, new to modded, this stuff is insanely difficult. So to see them take this challenge and basically just go through it with a shrug, it's just absolutely incredible.
Let me go and strength Simon.
Got a question in the chat. Spooky asking, is there a way to see how well each team is doing, like placements chart or something? Spooky, teams report their scores as they come in the official Onslaught Discord?
Yeah, there's the scores channel on the Onslaught series Discord, which the teams report their scores, and at the end of the tournament. As far as in the middle of the tournament goes, the teams aren't really reporting their scores live, so we're kind of left just guessing and reporting as we see ourselves.
Want this one as well, Purple?
Wow, and they are dispatching these spawns of chaos. One is already dead.
And the other one is about to fall.
Just bomb him to death.
Keeping an eye on Team Gabex and minions. They're going up the spiral staircase on Enchanter's Lair, so they will be on the finale very soon.
Can't wait to see those Nurglots.
Yes, everyone.
Other teams that I'm checking out are just on War Camp, just making their way through the early parts of the map. We'll be tuning in and seeing how they handle those challenges very soon. Alright folks, Switch 5 has been hit for Team 7fly. Gatekeeper Neglifar is obviously putting on the pressure on their Ironbreaker. He has taunted. Of course, in a situation like this, they're trying to pull away the Lord so that someone can go in, grab the Blight Reaper, and get out. Oh, a quick crouch dodge under the gate, not wasting any time. Oh, and he is being sandwiched. That's the Gatekeeper and Bloodbar.
As the one who is grabbing the Light Reaper, you're a bit of a sacrificial bomb.
Oh, he's
one Lord just walks away.
He's trying his hardest here. Of course, the AI of these lords not behaving exactly like any other unit.
At this point, it's, this is their he's just dying. He doesn't care. That wasn't intentional death.
And that's a victory.
That is a victory for them. Yeah. That is their last map as well, right? So,
yep, they cleared it.
So we've got a team. I think this is our first team that completed everything.
Well, big congratulations to them. Again, folks, check them out if you want to hear them talk a little bit about their time with the game. day 1 VOD for their interviews.
Yeah, that's the most really.
Team HFBS also making their way through Enchanter's Lair, checking here on Team Stop Hitting Us.
Yeah, King of Mooses has reported their team, Happy Little Clouds, has reported their score. They have unfortunately failed on Enchanter's Lair.
Well, great games to them. They definitely had a great showing there early on.
And Team Red Slaying, who have also not managed to get through Enchanter's Lair. That map is traitorous, apparently. Maybe fatigue is getting to those teams. They just fall apart on those last maps.
I mean, we can just top up ourselves.
It's like 3 hours. It's a very long time to spend just constantly aware and focused on all of this wall of enemies that can kill you at any moment.
I think BioShift was saying this on Friday, just saying that, you know, when you play some of these mod of difficulties, especially like true solos, it's something that by the end of it, your eyes are watering. So if you think just watching this for 3 hours is a lot, you know, when you're playing it, high alert constantly. One wrong move from any player.
We've got American Capybaras right now just on the Bodvar fight, more than midway through Bodvar's health. If you're able to pull them up quickly.
Yep, let me pull them up here.
So we've got our handmaiden here just getting ping-ponged a little bit, but somehow staying alive. Well, you've pulled up the point of view of the battle wizard. It's got a meat wall in front of them.
American Capybaras, again, this was the team that we saw on Enchanter's Lair. Oh, and that is a
Troll
down.
Hammer detonating. Then we got one down, picked back up. But the Grail Knight and the Battle Wizard on their last bit of health right now.
Battle Wizard trying to clear this horde, trying to get just a little bit of temp. They want to be out of that one-shot range.
Just witnessed the handmaiden barely dodge an overhead that could have ended.
That is a Grail Knight who's down.
Grail Knight goes down, picked back up, uses that ult. But you have to not pay for that ult.
Oh, and that is 2 down at possibly the worst time.
2 down, including the handmaiden. But Bodvar is almost dead.
This is a make or break situation. Jarsa, the Ironbreaker.
3 down. The Ironbreaker is left last alive with Bodvar so low. But he doesn't have his ult and he's stuck there. Trying to edge his way around left and right.
Situation where he needs his ult. If he can get a Troll Hammer off, he can kill Bodvar.
Just getting that tamp health a little bit, just with the stagger health from just pushing. But all that health is not going to last long. An ult comes out, but he's got very little health. Oh, and he goes down. Crushing, soul crushing.
That of course.
With Bodvar, like 5% health.
That should make a speedrun, I think.
Team American Capybaras. Truly underdog story here. I'm rooting so much for them. I hate to see it. That was so close. It was beyond close.
Play at the pace that we played at. Should be able to get one run in.
But assuming they've got any attempts left, they've still got time. They've got
if we zoom,
at the very least 30 minutes left.
We can,
Yeah, coming up here,
they
folks.
can go again.
About 2:30 Eastern. We started at noon. The event runs 3 hours 15 minutes. Teams are able to go into their last run as long as it is more than 5 minutes from the end time. So it's not over yet for these teams. They're gonna keep trying. They're gonna keep playing. So we'll be coming back to them soon.
Yes. Isolator, Core, and the Gabex and minions is starting Nurglot's fight. We need to see this immediately.
Loading it up right now. Twitch
they've
wants to
already
show me
engaged
chips.
Nurglot, but he is still full health. They're dealing with this first big wave. And the circle phase starts in. Let's see, they do not have a Waystalker. They have a Zealot. They do have a Ranger Veteran. And, you know, usual Battle Wizard and Grail Knight.
So again, this is a Zealot running the brace of pistols. You know, in this fight, we have those leeches in the final phase. We have biochemists early on.
This is enough well-executed DPS to phase him without any piercing shot.
You could just see all 4 members of the team there wailing on Nurgloth like I've never seen before.
Ooh, this Zealot takes an overhead and loses almost all of his temp HP.
Wow.
Which shoots those Blightstormers out of the field.
That's a broken passive.
They did get a Chaos Warrior wave here. I don't know if they're probably on Onslaught Plus. I don't know if Onslaught Plus even changes this event because of how brutal it already is.
Flies, of course, being the factor that has killed so many teams. Of course, this team is on top of it, but those flies disable teammates. Then you have elites in their face. It's not a good situation.
Nurgloth choosing to not do a circle phase again and just goes in the field, spawning more ads. Zealot getting hit by some alchemist out of nowhere.
Fight sort of behind the if you can.
And here comes the Silk phase, but now they've got a bunch of units on the screen. But the circles do damage other units as well, right? Which can potentially kill also even the alchemists that are spawned by the phase, which, you know, is always funny to see.
Perfect.
But,
oh, a little lag there.
Still not quite phasing him. So we're gonna get to see even more ads coming in.
Yep, we're just
more alchemists.
about halfway through Nurgloth's health. Of course, folks, for anyone who's fought him before, you know that as soon as he's in that 3rd phase, he has to die very, very quickly.
So we're seeing here the Ranger veteran with the temp health talent, just providing so much health for his team. So it says another mini Merc, almost.
Recent change, of course, coming to the Ranger Veteran class. Folks, if you haven't played Virgintide in a while, it is changing all the time. Classes being reworked, weapons being reworked, new stuff being added. Ranger Veteran healing teammates now is an option for his level 30 talent. Really strong pick here, especially when you have a Zealot who is staying in that front line.
Yeah,
once
the
that
Zealot
HP
gains a lot of health from that combination. And Nurgloth was phased, so now we're seeing the last big wave before his final flying phase. Seeing a lot of molars here.
On vanilla, of course,
work of them.
This event being one of the highest failure rates, if not the highest, for people playing just normal Vermintide. These elite waves, of course, doing work.
Core taking a bit of a hit, but no matter, they still have taking a bit more hits. Core goes down. Down to 3 players now. And during the last phase, this is not what they want.
Ice trying desperately to get that heal on Core, but that the eruption came out.
Oh god, that was
the Zealot was procced, no longer has a passive.
This is tense for this team.
Oh, fuck you.
There's a heal behind you, Vaya. A potion behind you.
So yeah, Core is probably about to respawn soon, but the respawn is always tough to get in this last phase. You know, the outer circles always keep erupting on those respawn points.
Situation like this, it's nice to have a dash in it.
Yeah, Core is picked up, so they got all 4 back on the field.
I'm pretty sure that was Gabex, the Ground Knight, getting that res. That is incredible.
Yes.
You, as a character that can't
Zealot
move
getting
away.
ping-ponged all over the place.
No! And a leech!
And a leech. Grabbing him out that.
Proxy to the Ranger.
Yeah, Proxy, Conk Potion.
No, I'm gonna...
Ranger taking some hits, staying at 1 HP.
He got the heal.
Immediately drinking that heal.
He's gonna go invisible.
Using
He's gonna try to finish it.
Providing you more temp health for the whole team. Rel Knight also dropping to 1 HP.
How is this possible?
Does everybody have a Zealot pass? Rel Knight goes down, but is revived by the Battle Wizard.
Nurgloth is almost dead.
Nurgloth's almost dead, yeah. He's gotta get in those last hits. And down he goes, and every ad disappears with him.
Why did you kill the
wow.
for getting me up? That was...
Team not celebrating yet, talking about what they could have done differently, of course.
Nice.
Yeah, they still have to
runtime
clear
buffer,
this last bit of map.
Well, I thought someone else would get you up.
And they know that they have to clear this map and not relax yet.
I don't have potion.
Oh, again, this is
They
another
are
team
not
that'll
the
be
kind of team to fall into that trap. Loot rat in there, just giving them some extra little bit of supplies.
So very important loot there right at the end. An amazing showing. Again, some of the best players
They're
in
having
the
the
game.
Zealot here bait out the gate, and then they're probably Grail Knight just on background again, just racking up the Stormvermin kill count.
Okay, it's right.
Okay.
Yeah, middle and right. Middle right.
They're probably gonna clear this wave of Stormvermins, which I don't know if is increased anymore by Onslaught Plus. Kind of seems like a tiny bit more than it normally is on Onslaught.
We saw this a little bit yesterday, and we were talking about how it is a bit of a ballsy move, having a character that has high survivability, high movement, baiting out a gate to know for the rest of the team which way to go.
Okay, I go in.
Don't go yet. We have a horde. A fresh wave.
Potion here. Go.
Insane amount of Stormvermin.
Stormvermin's coming in. Grail Knight just does not care. He's got an Executioner's Sword, and it's meant for all of those heads.
Left in the beginning.
I'm getting word here. Stop Hitting Us is about to enter Budvar Rib Spreader.
Wow. Both. Okay.
There's a potion there. Oh wait, nice.
Wave spawning.
Let's go.
I'm also witnessing here on Dillerman Flight Squad, we're seeing a True Soul clutch by a Ranger veteran, actually making it to respawn, picking up a Waystalker. There's a Battle Troll just assaulting his team. This Waystalker just gets immediately vomited on and goes right back down. The Grail Knight picked up.
Stop Hitting Us might be killing Budvar in the most dominating form I have ever seen. That was multiple Grail Knight ults.
Mutilated.
Multiple Troll Hammer.
Potion is not even drank and he's already dead.
That might take the cake for the fastest Budvar that we've seen today.
Seeing some executions of Budvar for the disrespect. Right now, you should absolutely switch to Dillerman Flight Squad. This Ranger veteran is still alive. Although he might not be for long anymore. No, he goes down.
GG's, we all did great.
Gets assassinated. Doesn't matter. Got a runner.
Fortunately, couldn't get the camera over fast enough.
After picking up 2 of his teammates and seeing them go down right again. This is a failure for them on Enchanter's Lair. To Battle Troll and a lot of Chaos Warriors as well.
Kudos
After
again.
Almost 26 minutes.
The Gabex and minions as we move away.
So Gabex and Minion who have completed their maps and they're done.
It has to feel good.
I think if that's without any fails as well, right?
It might be a tie. We might have a situation here that's
We might
a tie.
have 2 teams that have just cleaned everything without fail, which is very impressive.
Taking a look here at Team HFBS, they are on Enchanter's Lair. I want to keep an eye on them. They're actually, I believe, coming up here to the Nurgloth fight.
Yes. They are. So we've got a Ranger Veteran, Battle Wizard, Grail Knight, Witcher Captain. Very similar compositions.
Я выпью банку и беру одну.
Я мешок на себя юзаю.
Давайте. Сальц, давай ты тоже. У нас лишний хил миллион просто лишний.
Не хопа, не
I
хопа.
cannot believe, just thinking about that run again, 3 people surviving at just 1 HP.
Патроны возьми.
Yes, like I said, does everybody have a Zealot passive in that team? They don't even have Natural Bond, right? Just as many people might not know, Natural Bond, if you get hit by a very strong attack or a one-shot attack from full health with Natural Bond, it will leave you at 1 health, as the Natural Bond regenerates 1 health before you can go down. But which can also happen when you're not at full health at random if you happen to be hit at the exact time it heals you. Though that's like much less likely to happen. But like these players did not have that. So they actually were just left at 1 health naturally.
Certainly a good tactic to use when using deed modifiers where elites are one-shotting you constantly. Definitely something that you can see as a pick in those situations. We have a battle wizard who's flied. Got out of it, thankfully.
Yeah, the most common pick for that natural bond abuse is weaves as well, where everything will proc it immediately. But enough of that, we've got a Nurglot flight here to witness.
Team HFBS, again, we're watching from Dezo's perspective. We've seen him on Battle Wizard with the Flame Sword all day. Really, really safe, really strong pick, of course. Let's see what they do for DPS on Nurgloth. Biochemist coming in, looks like dispatched by Nurgloth's own rings. Killed his Biochemist. There's no honor among Chaos.
None at all.
Not a ton of damage.
Yeah, no, they're not quite phasing him. DPS is lacking a little bit.
This team has been playing on Onslaught Plus.
They have phased him, I think, slightly late, but this might give them an extra wave of enemies on top of the usual big wave because of the little time he spent in the arena. And we've got some Lightstormers.
Lightstormers, as we know,
two
in
is
this
three
arena.
down.
Oh, and a flied Battle Wizard again!
Ooh, players going down.
And they're gonna lose him!
Just like that, that's 30 seconds out of the fight, plus any time it takes to get the revive off.
Certainly early in the fight, still time to recover from something like this.
Yeah. That's two players left right now.
A Savage on our Ranger as he's
Ranger
flied.
gets flied and goes down
And
as
the Witch
well.
Hunter is flied. Flies are getting the best of this team.
Flight. We've got one last man standing. He has to avoid getting flied.
They have
But
got to get their Battle Wizard.
no longer on his throne, so there are no more flies for now, and we've got two players up. And the Battle Wizard gets picked back up, so we're back to 3. It's not over yet.
And a heal was taken by the Ranger veteran. He healed his Ground Knight. No one is wounded.
No one wounded. 3 players alive.
Out of the circle!
But the circles! Just rampaging through enemies as allies alike.
It's safe to say in this situation, they're not in the exact position they want to be in to normally handle
the
this
last
sort of
player is
wave.
alive, but can't be picked up quite yet because the circles are disrupting everything.
Of course, the timing
And
on
needless
these
to say,
circles
they're
is
not
really
managing
rough.
to phase them quite yet, but they do have all 4 players back up.
Good save by this team, getting caught out. By flies, by savages? I mean, it doesn't take much.
Battle Wizard taking some Alchemist juice.
Looks like they're opting to rotate in the arena here as they deal with these waves.
Another set of circles coming in. The Grail Knight takes a...
They can get this.
One hit too many.
They got him.
Back up. Are they gonna manage to phase him this time? He's taking quite a bit of damage now. And yes, he is phased.
We're seeing a classic Ranger veteran, looks to have the Grudge Raker. Very classic pick for this.
Yes.
Team HFBS.
Now they have to watch for those flies and not have their whole team get flied at once.
Dezo here getting flied, not once but twice.
Seeing a mixed wave. Having all sorts of chaos elites, and it is being vaporized. And now we start the last phase.
Phase 3!
They still have one healed who is trying to be traded to this Ranger veteran.
They unfortunately had to use a lot of their resources probably earlier than they wanted to. Everyone's looking pretty good
Ranger
on
veteran
health.
uses the heal even though I don't think he was wounded.
He was not wounded, no.
But Nurglot taking damage, and the Grail Knight has an ult available. The Ranger goes down, but is revived.
Great res, great res.
Grail Knight used his ult. The Ranger veteran has another ult,
They
and
should
down
have
goes
it, yes.
Nurglot.
Oh man! Wow! Kudos to HFBS for pulling that off. That was so nail-biting.
Yet again. REUPLOADED the Eternal died after 5 minutes and 4 seconds. It's a long fight.
Long fight.
But now they still have to get through this exit as well.
Folks, if you're wondering why Grim and I are so apprehensive to move away, we've seen many teams fall apart here in this final run. They're so excited. They've beaten the hard part of this map. They gotta keep their head on straight and just get through this part.
At the same time right now, I'm seeing Combine is through soloing Warcamp's battering ram event right now. Everybody is dead and is respawned past the gate, so he has to do the battering ram by himself. But he's doing it right now.
Назад посматривайте, чтобы не окружили, если что.
Нету никого, нету сзади никого.
Folks, Combine, accusatory and toxic. Very excellent player. No stranger to having to do some of these challenges completely solo. Just switching back and forth here. Accusatory, or sorry, I heard her better, or she's HFPS.
Two gutter runners dispatched by Combine. They're not gonna end this run. This Backmaster as well.
Moonfire Bow.
And a third assassin. Not quite dead yet. And Leech, all the disablers.
Coming out in full force.
This is its leap.
It was a fake vanish.
Still alive.
Smoke thing, and they just still not there.
HFBS making it out. Happy to see them securing a victory.
So few chaos units left, but he just does not have the space to kill all of them while this assassin is still alive. Down it goes.
Combine running invisibility, allowing him to secure this. His team getting a far respawn.
Yes, he has to go through this entire camp, which has all those like heavy chaos spawn events, chaos units.
I think we both know if anyone can do this, a handmaiden can, and in some excellent hands here.
No other class better suited to do this right now. But this is Onslaught. This is not just a normal map where you could run through this without any specials. Dashing through absolutely everything right there.
He got out.
It was fine.
He's so close.
The respawns are right there.
I know I had ult. I just needed to block.
Zafio with some editorializing here. Combine getting handmaiden banned this tournament. We'll see. We'll see.
Could you imagine though, like a team actually like pulled out a handmaiden speedrun as their journey submission?
And
I don't think anybody would be happy about that. But that is a handmaiden reviving our whole team.
Everyone, please give Combine some love. What incredible play from him. Like I said, he is no stranger to soloing some of the hardest challenges in this game.
Look at that, he is at 200 ping as well.
I feel
he just pulled out the tab menu.
I wasn't sure
this red ping through solo.
Double weapon, right?
Folks who know Virgintide know that ping, of course, can make some of these situations even harder and feel impossible. Doing something like this on host is hard. Doing it on 200 ping, unheard of.
What went wrong?
Just rolling with those Comic Sans damage numbers.
You know, you reach the top of the camp in Comic Sans. It sounds a little sillier. Reach the top of the camp. Well, he has done it. We're gonna see a Bodvar fight here soon.
Shit happened.
Yes. Let's see. We don't have too many teams still.
Yeah, just Onslaught stuff. Yeah.
Working through. I'm pretty sure Team HFBS have made it through and won their last map.
Well, then guess we have to run through it now.
Shall we? Thanks for the follow.
Actually, I do think it is like retired their stream
with the grill mate and everyone else. We do just have to like rush it though.
Yeah.
If we're planning to have Ironbreaker hold,
we've got Diddleman Flight Squad and the Poison Feast. Team just passing through, starting a new attempt on Wall Camp.
Stop hitting us at the beginning of Enchanter's Lair. Certainly keeping an eye on them.
You got a lot of beef, Steve. Thanks for getting your ban now. Thanks, Zafio. Hey, Zafio. Igvan brought it up, but you should add Comic Sans as a font option to accessibility.
We don't have a
Hearing Combine speak the virtues of Comic Sans. Hopefully getting added to officials sometime soon.
That or I get Comic Sans banned, because Comic Sans is OP.
Alright, Budvar's Pit of Trials.
Bit of a mistake here from him as he goes down this drop down, even though his team is struggling behind. Siren Breaker.
What could you expect? He's gonna solo Budvar as well.
Yeah, he's gonna through solo Budvar. Can't wait to see it. But the Siren Breaker should. I would wait until the Iron Breaker respawn before passing the gate and spawning Budvar here. But nope, they're just going in.
They just went in.
Dude, we're gonna be real fucking toxic.
For 1 hour. We're gonna take it slow on the chatters. We're gonna take it
yeah,
slow.
Budvar dropping in while the Iron Breaker is still not alive.
Pretty classic opening we're seeing here. Rail Knight drinking a potion.
A nice little chunk of damage, but still has plenty of health to go.
What am I supposed to do? Just hold
Oop. Maiden getting hit by a knockback and just dashing right back.
Or most of them. Okay.
I got you.
Nice revive there in the Grail Knight.
I'm just
it's on Witch, it's on me? No. The Witch.
Yeah, Budvar already under half health. Some good damage going in.
Coruscation staff probably helping tremendously.
That's double down.
Wow.
Or triple down even. The Iron Breaker is last alive.
That was a Mauler taking down 2.
So now this Iron Breaker has to stay alive with that little health for a whole 30 seconds. He does not. That is so unfortunate after a true soul clutch like that.
No, you.
I got greedy trying to give him the heal.
One try left for this one.
I did. Yeah, I kind of threw there. I'll be honest.
Team Accusatory and Toxic.
Do we want to do it though?
The rise and fall.
Unfortunate. Handmaiden can hold block all day, but when it comes to not having block,
do we want it though?
Handmaiden is squishy. Handmaiden can die very quickly.
Hearing from the team here, they're feeling discouraged. They're debating whether or not they even want to play Enchanters. We'll be checking back with them. Watching teams stop hitting us. It looks like they did lose an Enchanter's run. They're at the drop down. They're going to start another one.
Not over yet for them.
American Capiveras, who we just saw on Budvar losing that run. They are halfway through their next War Camp run.
So I've got 5 teams right now still running.
Moving over here, Dylan and Flight Squad, they're just making their way through the incredibly narrow halls of Castle Drakenfels.
Yeah, stuck right after this drop down against a meat wall. This could be a wipe scenario if there's more coming in, but it seems
like we saw the same scenario yesterday, and I said you do not want to be in that hallway with the Chaos Warrior on Deathwish Onslaught. It was not a fun spot to be.
And now they've got a Chaos spawn. But the map is fairly clean, so assuming they get some damage in, and that piercing shot right there. 2 piercing shots. He still got it. 3 piercing shots.
Folks who may not play on higher difficulties with a lot of monsters, you know, may not see the value in Piercing Shot. Piercing Shot is one of those picks, especially on this map, where you can dish out insane amounts of damage. You gotta be able to hit the shots, of course, but that's why you see this.
Picking up someone, but getting denied.
You know, learning the patterns of these monsters, learning when you can get a safe shot off and guarantee a hit. You know, a Waystalker can completely destroy a boss by herself.
Dwarf putting some lead into that health.
The spawn goes down, easy peasy.
We only got 1 through 2 pots as well.
Again, seeing a very classic loadout here. Waystalker Ranger with the Grudge, Grail Knight, and of course Witch Hunter Captain.
You want to save on pots now?
Yep.
just heard the call there, them saying we want to save on pots. Normally teams on this map want to make sure they have ample resources to use in the finale.
But as I'm seeing, they have if you look at the buff, they have health regeneration from the Grail Knight. So they've actually went out of their way to get a Grimoire, which they obviously have decided not to keep. But they have gotten a Grimoire to get that boon.
That'll be the next series, right? Add points for books. Let's do it. That's how we do tiebreakers, folks.
It might just be a thing, right? Because at the end of the day, books can be interesting, right? Especially at this level, where having the team just be a bit more restricted on their maximum health, which is less of a less brutal than making it just one-shot you, because if you have less health, yeah, you can die faster, but you can also regenerate that little smaller health pool faster, right? So the hits can still be not too punishing if you take one random hit, because you can regenerate it fairly quickly.
Bunch of different ways in this game now to get some real team
also
regen.
The other thing with the books is that like even just tomes, they restrict your item slots, and they also force you to take unusual paths on the map that aren't necessarily optimal when it comes to just completing, regardless of those books.
Well, rather 180, but you kept running throughout.
I know I can speak
so it would
personally
definitely be interesting to see like those high-end teams try and route books in Death Wish Onslaught.
Yeah, definitely look at maps differently when books are involved. Some maps are, you can run directly toward an exit of an area. Some you gotta route way out of the way to get some of those
books.
books.
Grail Knight gets caught off away from the rest of the team, but
also saw a res on the Witch Hunter captain.
To pull out the revive.
Yesterday we saw a very, very, very funny turn of events where our elf got killed by a mauler that she didn't think was on her. Get picked up immediately into that mauler swing and get down.
I'm gonna be careful for those revives like that.
But they are making their way. Hopefully we'll see them in the finale here. Bunch of teams on Enchanters now. 15-minute warning. If you started at the right time, don't have any time back. We're seeing teams on their final map.
Again, so we're seeing like a lot of those teams decided to go for Blight Reaper first. I think we've like... Was it only 7th Fly that decided to go for Nervlot first?
I think so.
Like every other team has decided to go for Blight Reaper first.
Yeah.
Unlike with the Tier 1 where we had about an even split of teams there.
I mean, we already have 4 pots.
Oh yeah.
Like they just keep
Teams stop hitting us and watching them also just at about the same spot. Combine's team actually taking a side route through the castle. Speaking of books, there are a bunch of side routes in Castle Drachenfels that you can take. Of course, it can take more time to explore them, but you find resources there. Of course, that's where some of the books live. And sometimes you can avoid patrols by taking those side paths, so that's why we see that here.
Like if we get nothing here, no boss, no...
Yeah, they want to have all the resources available to them when it comes to Nervlot. Can make the difference.
They even drag you out of the room. Pathetic.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, what's not fine is I fuck up my dodge, so...
We have like 15 minutes to finish. So.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Easily enough time.
The team that we have checked on a little bit is team just passing through. They're just starting their Enchanters run in the drop-down room, which can be devastating for some teams.
It is quite long-cast and bits.
You can see that here. They are running the same comp that we've seen over and over again. Instead of Saltspire, we have actually a Ranger Veteran, Battle Wizard, it's a Grail Knight, and of course a Wave Stalker.
We definitely can get a boss, but... Anyway, we already had the trigger, so it's fine. I think it's the same.
Seeing if we're watching one of those teams that's currently struggling a bit more, we got a Mimic and Capivaras that are struggling at right before the Battering Ram event with one player dead and I think one player wounded, right?
A lot of similar views right now as people just make their way through Castle Drachenfels.
So we've got 3 players
Oh,
on their
okay.
last bit of
No.
health here on the American Capybaras if you want to pull them up.
Doing it right now.
Crazy.
Entering the battering ram event and picking up that 4th player, the Moonfire team kill.
On the Battle Wizard.
I thought there were 2 as well.
Oh, I guess somebody picked one up.
Well, they should be kill here
At this
anyway.
point, we have a fucking heart. We're probably just playing.
This team we just saw
This Battle
in the
Wizard at
Bonfire
1
event.
HP, the Handmaiden, low HP and wounded. The Ironbreaker, also low HP, but I believe not wounded.
My goodness, this
Gas
Grail
Rat's coming
Knight, who
in.
got recently picked up, who's the only one that has
What's the odds of
a health bar right now.
Hey, I'm gonna taunt and get some temp HP. Get some temp HP.
There's
We
a
get high odds of healing after the event.
Keeping an eye on that Dillerman Flight Squad. They will be at Nurgloth here in any second. Team American Capybaras. You want to see them win. We just saw this team get to Bodvar and lose.
Thank for the follow, friend.
Back up.
Sorry. Ah, fuck. Lost a lot of health. They're on me.
The struggle is real here as these players try to get their health back up, but
I don't know what that was.
Of course, specials in this case. I saw, of course, our Battle Wizard trying desperately to kill those Gas Rats. Gas Rats, incredibly
the Grail
lethal.
Knight gets disabled.
Oh, okay, you got that?
And goes down.
That Bladestormer is not dead.
Now he is, but yeah, our Grail Knight is down for the count again. Gone.
In a
Back
case like
down to
this, of
3
course,
players.
will not be rejoining this team until after this event is over. Oh, and the Battle Wizard goes down.
Battle Wizard, who was
We never backed
wounded,
up to the
goes
wall.
down. So we might be left with another Handmaiden true solo here. If this Ironbreaker goes down, but... Oh, and down goes the Ironbreaker. Dodge the hook, get the revive.
Got the res. And an
So we're still
assassin
at 2
right on the
players.
swan dive.
Assassin is down.
This is going to be really tough for these two.
Yeah, the revives are after the battering ram itself. And oh no, the Handmaiden gets
And a taunt
grabbed,
to get him
but
out.
it's saved by a taunt. Very well placed taunt.
Can you just sit on
It's
the
so
barrel
little
on
health.
the ram? Do you think you can?
They are trying desperately to get through this.
I'm going.
Pass me the
So
comp.
do you remember the events of the battering ram are exhaustible,
Hard situation
but
right now.
there are quite a few on Onslaught.
Stay alive.
The Soakrat still running around.
I need to
Great dodge there from Jarson. The hook rat.
Oh,
a
and an
leech.
assassin just
Oh.
dispatches the Handmaiden. We're left with this Trollhammer, Ironbreaker, dodging disablers. This assassin.
A sideways
This
jump from the assassin.
Everywhere, but not quite on the Ironbreaker yet.
He's drinking a conch.
Drinks a conch potion.
It's final.
Incendiary out.
Firebombs.
No, and
takes
a
over.
run-ending attack takes down Jarsa. American Capybaras. Good games, folks. Good games.
Help get the grudge the ammo so the
Just in time here, back on Dillerman Flight Squad, entering the Nurgloth fight. They have a Chaos Warrior wave to start with.
Yee.
I'm gonna try and do the other one.
Yeah, that is a brutal wave to start with. Chaos Warrior wave, which is usually the hardest wave set out of all of them. And funnily enough, the vanilla wave set is capable of spawning just as many Chaos Warriors as the Onslaught one. I have not buffed the maximum amount of Chaos Warriors that it can spawn.
Certainly my
It's
sympathies.
just there are weights to those waves, and in normal Cataclysm, the wave set for Chaos Warriors is an extremely low chance. But it can spawn up to 8 Chaos Warriors in normal Cataclysm, which is like absolutely brutal and unfair, honestly. Considering some of those waves on normal Cataclysm includes like a few fanatics, which is silly.
This map,
Right,
of
the
course,
discrepancy between 8 Chaos Warriors and a bunch of fanatics is ridiculous.
living up to its reputation for being an incredibly difficult map. Looks like we saw a healing draft get
So
drank.
we're seeing some piercing shots. Doing the DPS on
Lovely
the stream.
damage. That's a phase. That's an
There's
easy
a phase,
phase.
but he did lose a piercing shot by shooting him one too many times.
You know, sometimes you go into a rhythm there. You're just dishing out the damage as fast as you can, and you accidentally ult one too many times.
Double kill swear away. Holy
Now they're dealing with. Is this another Chaos Warrior?
This is really unlucky RNG for them.
Yeah, you can.
I was gonna say earlier, to be the person on vanilla struggling to beat this map for an Oak Goose challenge, just trying to get the completion, and you get that Chaos Warrior seed.
I got him.
The Witch Hunter captain is down but revived.
Yeah, double down there for the Witch Hunter.
Light Storms coming in. Nope, denied.
Nice, that quickly took them down, which is great.
Okay, this team is dealing with this bad RNG right now. Chaos Warriors are going down.
You know, more of them coming in. A situation like this, obviously Grail Knight, great pick for taking out these Chaos Warriors quickly, but the density, the flies, just the way you have to move in this room, it's not a surefire
we've got
victory.
the circle phase, but still a bunch of Chaos Warriors on the field. Hopefully the circles do some damage to them, because
I guess we have an extra wave.
Yeah.
Hearing the call there, having an extra wave from Slash Kicks. He is able to get some piercing shots in, though. If he's quick, he could do this.
Unless...
Oh,
did we get it?
I think they got it.
Give me the conk.
Where's the ammo? Okay.
Yep. So this is the last phase.
I got a fucking cat.
And
me out. Thank you.
That's a pause?
A pause. I think I heard something about a cat.
Once we get out of this,
so maybe somebody's getting
we
assaulted
go
by a
right,
cat.
and I'm gonna bomb once everything's got.
Folks, of course, want to reiterate the rules. If you're not familiar, pausing is allowed in this mode, in this tournament. Of course, because it is timed, it is to your benefit to not have to heavily use it. But in cases where, of course, there crashes, disconnects, or even if something's going on, we just need to take a second and talk absolutely within the rules here. They're strategizing right now.
Yes.
And break the flies, and I try to shotgun the... Boys, I'm not sure if there's ammo.
Seeing that one Marauder who's got like a...
ready?
Yep.
Little tuft of something just wafting around. And there they go again. So this time they don't have a Chaos Warrior wave. The Elephants immediately fly right out of that pause.
So pausing there, trying to strategize.
Down with a count. So they're down an elf now, which is not what they want right before the last phase.
A really, really rough situation. Grim, we talked about this yesterday. Sometimes pausing and unpausing takes you out of that rhythm, out of that groove.
Yeah.
It can be hard to recover.
Oh well, I'm not killing the knight.
Yeah, just
Grail Knight taking a few god breaks here.
I'm not killing them. I'm not taking the chance of losing.
Actually seeing Xan's notification in Slash Kex's stream here. The 5-minute warning has been called. No new attempts can be started if you fail a map.
So I think they're intentionally... They might be intentionally not killing those last mobs so that they can keep Nurglot from entering his last phase until the elf is picked up, and now they kill them. So that they can have all 4 players at the start of this phase. The elf gets pushed into the circle, ping-ponged around, with lives for now, and gets some temp health from the Ranger veteran.
In this case, we've seen the way Stalker deal the most damage, but of course in this case it's so much chaos.
Takes a hit and goes down. And they no longer have any healing, so this Grail Knight is going to be wounded for a bit.
Folks, again, Nurglass health bar at the bottom of the screen. He's almost dead.
Yeah.
You have to finish it down.
And he has a piercing shot, hits one.
We
gets
lost
stuck
our
in the
Grail.
circle and shoots it instead of dodging the circle.
Nurglass is
executed.
down.
So the strategy we did was if we get shit like a shit maze.
Despite the double Chaos Warrior wave, gets through it.
I just want to mention that all of
But now they have a dead Grail Knight who is going to respawn after the first wave of Storm Vermins. And the Grail Knight is probably the best character to deal with those Storm Vermins, so they still have to be on their game right now to get through this.
Well, an incredible showing. I can't wait to see how they handle this.
You do get 2 heals here.
Yeah, well, I do want to, so... There's no
Probably the Witch Hunter will heal up.
We still have,
there we go.
Well, I mean, we can still play till the map completes, right? So
Random Assassin gets its patch. They do have health regen right now, so they also get some green health at a decent pace here.
Of course, a ballsy move to be holding onto that medkit instead of using it. This
I mean, they
final
don't need to
wave
use
can
it
be
right
tough.
now, especially with green health regen, right? And they could very well still need to reset the downs of someone. But, you know, they've got specials going. The Storm were not very... Don't really want to go to the back there, as the AI does, but not much this team can do about that, really.
This particular spot here, folks, if you haven't seen it, can be a little crazy and wonky with the UI, or the AI. Sometimes it sort of freaks out here. You have this team, they're holding back. They don't know which way they can go yet. They're getting a little split, but oh, that's a gate on the left.
That's not the way.
And they're just going to reset. They're just moving all the way back.
Yeah, they get another set of Stormvermins here. So give up space again. This is kind of annoying gameplay, right? Because the Stormvermins are just being dumb. But I think there's nothing this team can do, and obviously we can't really ask them to suicide into the Stormvermins, regardless of how they're acting, right?
Yeah, if I was this team, I would be playing it as safe as can be. You were about to secure victory on one of the hardest maps and the hardest difficulties. You're doing what you can to get through.
Yeah, okay, we're right in front of them and they don't even care. Yeah, it's not a cheese ball, like, that's just...
This happens to everybody, it doesn't even matter.
Making their way down the middle path.
They're trying to deal with all those Stormvermins, even though their AI is a bit dumb at the moment. There are still a lot of them, and they are blocking the way, just guarding the gate.
In some ways, also a disadvantage. I mean, that Stormvermin that was just stuck in that left path, his overhead could have cleared through the wall and aggroed onto someone. Not something you want to find yourself getting hit by.
Going through the gas with the Ranger veterans, temp HP.
Okay, they cleared it. They're at their Grail Knight.
And they've got their Grail Knight.
That was great.
And now the AI is back into play since it's no longer that buggy around here.
Don't lose it now, guys. A lot of Stormvermin on the field.
Ooh, the Specmaster's dealt with. No. Yeah, this...
You never want to see
Grail Knight
it.
takes too many hits again.
Okay,
that is...
Ooh, the
Witch Hunter fallen.
Goes down.
There is a spot there on
Ranger
the right that you can
veteran.
fall.
Go to the beginning.
This assassin is not going to be the random there. But now this way Stalker is alone.
Overzealous, getting split. Overheads taking down the Grail Knight. Witch Hunter Captain falling. There is a small pit as soon as you enter.
Well, I mean, I've never done this, so I don't know what to do, so... Probably should have practiced this as well.
Wow.
Another one.
Moonfire.
2 assassins, but that's not going to be it.
And just tons of specials coming for him.
Oh, of course.
But right now, all this AI just doesn't want to come. And, yeah. Well, it is a bit of a...
Okay, no, we did not.
The cheese is not really a cheese. We can't really do much about the AI there. We can't ask the elf to just suicide into it mindlessly.
That's the situation. Xan just called time. Tournament is over.
Another
Obviously, people
assassin,
can
and he
finish
goes
their
back
runs.
to deal with that before trying to run through. Goodbye, assassin. The specials are unending on Cata 3 for a single player.
This is incredibly tense. I think only one other time in this tourney did we see it. One person try to handle this stretch. They did not get a good
2
respawn
leeches.
either, Grim. That is so far.
Leave him alive.
Yeah. Handmaiden going for it. Oh my god, these spawns just immediately in the way, but the elf weasels through all of this.
He's made it
This is
through.
not a handmaiden here, right? Like
Waystalker.
this elf is having stamina problems. Ooh. God breaks after God breaks.
He does not know which way is the right way.
If a gate is in the way here, this could be the end of that, but... Oh no!
No! Team Dillerman Flight Squad.
I count this as a win.
Great try, folks. Great showing. But this final run, it is not a clear victory as soon as you kill Nurgloth. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even mad. We didn't practice that at all, so we can't expect to win. That's just my opinion.
You just weren't there. Done this map like.
Switching perspective slightly, a few other teams, folks, even though the tournament is over, are still playing through their final map attempts. Most of these teams are going to be on Enchanter's Lair.
Every team gets to finish their current attempts, no matter how far through the timer it goes.
Folks, this is team just
Yeah, we've got
passing
team
through.
just passing through here with this Chaos Spawn and a bunch of Chaos units.
Wow, just really, really soul-crushing to see a defeat like that again, Grim. I've seen so many teams lose to that final segment.
Those Skaven. The Skaven are relentless.
Spawn of Chaos on the field, but he's dead easily. Coruscation staff doing its work. Grail Knight, Waystalker, Ranger Veteran. This is that team we checked with them a little bit before, just as they were dropping into this map. Obviously, they're about halfway through. They finished the Hall of the Poison Feast. Was also checking here on Team Stop Hitting Us. Last that we saw them, they were actually on Enchanter's Lair. It looks like they have met their 3 fails on it. We will not be seeing another map from Stop Hitting Us.
Rest in peace. So yeah, we've still got, how many do we have still active here? We have Americans Capybaras who are on Blight Reaper, which is their last map.
Yeah, switching some gears. This was a team that gambled with Enchanter's Lair early on. Were not successful with it. We also just saw them lose on War Camp. They're on Blight Reaper, about to start the sewer event.
Yeah, and then... So yeah, Diddleman Flight Squad, I don't believe we'll get another time at this point.
Yeah, I believe we are at time.
So we got 2 teams still in the run here. So I believe Combine and his team is also done.
Yep, the Accusatory and Toxic team. Incredible showing from Combine, that clutch on War Camp. It looks like they tried a run of Enchanter's Lair. I don't think it went anywhere for them, and they said, you know what, that's GG's for us. Back in Blight Reaper, so interesting switching between maps with the split tournament format. You know, we're at an event that I've heard people describe is the hardest part of the map. You know, it's the normal sewer event, but it actually squeezes from both sides. They do have a
that's one thing that I'm still happy with how I managed to do on Onslaught, since in the normal game, all the spawns comes from the front and nothing comes from the back, so you don't actually have to watch your back in this event in normal Cataclysm. But on Onslaught, I created a custom spawner that adds in enemies coming in from the back, sandwiching you from both ends of the map.
An event that normally teams are accustomed to just backing up for. Very common way for teams to deal with issues, just get away from where the enemies are coming from. You of course can't do that in this event. Here's some folks in chat commenting on the pick for our wizard here. Didn't see a ton of beam staff today. I think we saw it for HFBS. You know, does nice shotgun damage close range. Of course, people use it more frequently for boss damage. As some people have noted, you know, you can snipe specials with it, but a lot of time when your wizard is your special sniper, we're expecting to see something like a bolt staff.
Chaos Warrior.
Oh, Grim, you mentioned yesterday that the Beastmen are not a part of this event when you normally expect them. You know, these are ambient Beastmen that are being pulled in by the event. Is that right?
Yes.
Some behind.
Yeah, none of the events that I've coded for Onslaught have any Beastmen, so they don't on a normal game either, except obviously for Dark Omens. Right?
Truly, you're trying to stay on people's good side. Is that right?
Yeah, like I had this like hope at first when I created Onslaught in VD2 that one day it would be sanctioned in a way, right?
True.
But while this did not happen, it didn't really change my design philosophy for it.
That was a pause, followed by a heal attempt, followed by all down American Capivaras. Good games, folks. We were rooting for you the whole way. Sorry to see it in this way.
Like, it just seemed a little weird, you know?
You were like...
It was not meant to be. Which leaves us with team just passing through.
Just passing through, made their way through the
progressing
hall.
through Enchanter's Lair right now.
All the Poison Feast is cleared. We're going into the courtyard where, unless they've already met a trigger, which we did not see, we can probably expect to see a boss or a patrol here. Again, very classic setup for them. That coruscation staff, everyone I've talked to has said this thing is a game changer. It decimates patrols. You put down a few patches of fire here and there. I mean, it's a new weapon in the Forgotten Relics pack. If you haven't played with it yet, you should definitely check it out.
Lightstorm, which, okay. Could have been bad.
Of course, showing an exact weakness of the coruscation there because its left click is a shotgun. That wasn't going to get that blight in any capacity.
We've got Wishstalker, Ranger Veteran, Grail Knight, and Battle Wizard. So many Grail Knights. It's just so powerful in Cata 3 with the sheer amount of damage that they can bring.
Getting a patrol here, Grim. This is not a situation that you want to find yourself in. If you can avoid them, you want to at all costs.
Chaos Patrol, and then we hear the Horde Horn coming in. They don't have much more time to deal with all of those Chaos Warriors, but they're doing a good job of it so far.
Ranger went down, but he's back up, and now the Horde in from behind. I think they cleared it just in time. Again, folks, this is team just passing through. Don't want to lose that concentration pot. Looks like if that concentration pot was just hanging there, I'm going to assume that their Ranger Veteran is on potion bomb drop for Scavenger.
Potentially, yes. I mean, you can keep getting those during the Nurgle fight itself because of
yeah, normally Nurgle not spawning specials, but Biochemists, Blightstormers, and Leeches in that fight. Special kills, of course, making Ranger Veteran as strong as he is. And a little bit of a fire barrel going off there. Not sure if it was exactly what he had in mind, but covering that side for sure.
Some overheat free fire, you know?
Of course, being a master of fire, all fire is friendly, as I'm told. Incendiary going out, of course, being a little bit looser with resources than maybe we'd normally see because of that Scavenger talent.
Ooh, I believe that a bit of a premature drop for the Ranger Veteran here.
Hopefully he is not caught out. Gas Rats from the back, definitely going to push them in if they can't kill him. I didn't see it on the kill feed yet. Assassin and Packmaster from the back. Don't get left for deaded, boys. Oh, he has an ult. He didn't feel the pressure to use it. That was so close.
Random potions there. I believe, yeah, the Ranger Veteran is absolutely on potion drops right now.
Seen a lot of teams get pinched here. This is one of the most narrow sections of the map. Castle Drachenfell is being a notoriously narrow map. The spiral staircase, you do not want to find yourself fighting the Horde on. I think they're going to try to go up. No, they're just pulling some ambience, and I think they'll hold down. They weren't fast enough to clear that Horde. Folks, as Xan is talking about in the chat, there are teams that didn't play during this live time slot. We do have some of their VODs, actually. After these live teams finish, we're going to take a look at some highlights from those. So if you can stick around with us, there's obviously going to be some great stuff in there. Other teams who haven't submitted their VODs yet, of course, we will be seeing those and reviewing those. As a result, final tallies won't be in for a couple days, so give us a little bit of time to get those scores in. In the Onslaught Discord, you'll be able to see, of course, who the victors are, who takes home those sweet Eternal Serpent frames, and of course the other merchandise. Grim, I'm told we're just passing 300 views. This is incredible, guys. Thank you so much for your viewership. Folks in chat, this is absolutely wonderful to see. Like we've said so many times before, this is the most public-facing this tournament has ever been. Love to see new teams for the first time tackling both yesterday's Tier 1 tournament, today's Tier 2 tournament, and I'm sure next one will be even bigger.
Oh, yeah. And maybe by the next one, we'll have a Cata 4.
Yeah, is that another hint there, Grim, of what's next on the mod list, Cata 4?
I mean, yeah, it's basically what I'm kind of working on slowly. Just making.
I don't know whether to be excited or terrified by the words that I'm hearing right now, buddy.
And I've showcased on on stream yesterday, the new Scarrick. And it was quite entertaining to throw players at it. Because the bots, I've obviously tested them quite a bit with bots, but it's just the bots are kind of dumb, and the way they fight the Lord isn't really representative for what happens with players.
Hey, you need more testing, pal. Well, I'm sure you can find people to test it. There's probably some people right now chomping at the bit to see the new Scarrick. I know I am. Anything to make it more fun, more engaging. Something else I want to highlight, if you're totally new to this, folks, this is a modded difficulty. It's actually several mods that have been built over the years, starting all the way back in Virgintide 1. Deathwish, Onslaught, Onslaught Plus, certainly some different acronyms that can be intimidating when you first see them. Rest assured, there's a full modded community to support you if you are interested in this. Just think of it as harder Vermintide. How do we get more enemies, make them harder, make them more engaging, and it's a total rethink of the events that are normally in the game. So.
But yeah, so far I don't really have any actual Cata 4 tuning. All I have is a bit of a tiny script that removes the dodge window completely from the Fat Rock implemented late after release, which completely nullifies the design of the Chaos Warrior overheads, notably, that you're supposed to dodge them at the last moment as opposed to at any point during them.
Wow.
So that's back, so that you have to dodge the Chaos Warrior heads at the last moment.
Speaking of dodging, saw a very narrow Mauler overhead there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, this team, I mean, they're making their way through. I think it's a clean run to the throne room.
Yeah, so far I'm just seeing clean gameplay. If you look at all the players, they have very green health right now.
And Yellow Raven with a question here: is anyone on YouTube who makes educational content like Dwans for beginners? A few come to mind for me, and Grim certainly chime in if you want. Obviously, Jazzhands and REUPLOADED, I think, have taught a lot of the basics to the community. For things like Onslaught and Deathwish, you can see videos from Ice, you can see videos from Core, you can see True Solos. BioShift was plugging his channel back on Friday when we interviewed him. These are folks that we're actually seeing compete in this tournament, so you can learn a lot from watching their runs. In terms of anyone else that does like breakdowns, Grim, any come to mind? Hey, it's okay if the answer's no. Also, just wanted to highlight, in between seasons, folks, if you were totally new to this and you want some people to kind of hold your hand through it, I actually did this last year. There is a captain series where folks who are veterans to these difficulties will take teams of new folks through these matches. They go over triggers, they go over respawns, they go over the events, and of course common comps that you'll see. So that will be happening soon. Definitely join the Discord, look out for announcements. Normally these announcements are also posted on the subreddit. Want to make sure people know about it if they want to take a part in it, and that's a real hands-on way to learn these modes.
So I'm just kind of watching this gameplay right now. It's seems like solid going through all those Chaos Hordes.
Classic waves of savages. I mean, the coruscation staff showing extreme strength here. Infantry units just walking through that, gonna burn to death pretty quickly.
I've seen some people ask in chat to again have a not exactly a redesign of Scarrick. He's still pretty much the same height. It's just I've made Scarrick himself much more aggressive and on target, so that he no longer just swings at thin air. So he can be just like Bodvar, he can be a threat by himself and apply pressure on players without the help of a million ads. And yeah, I've showcased what I've coded for him on New Type by the way stream yesterday.
Can't wait to see more of it, pal. Again, folks, so many shout-outs to give here, so many people, and I've seen some people in chat as well who competed. Guys, kudos to you. Soyman, Rob, absolutely excellent showing there at the end. I mean, to all the competitors, just really amazing. And someone else commented, it's so great to see people actually playing as a team. Folks, if you were thinking Vermintide is, just toxic, you're playing with randoms, that age-old trope of someone just running away, not communicating, all this stuff. If you want a more team-centric game and putting it to the absolute edge of what's possible with a coordinated team, this is definitely the place for you.
前面来，前面来。
Graham, we are coming up here on the throne room.
Yeah.
Pretty classic loadout, as we've
Always
said.
love seeing those fights. And I mentioned like way earlier yesterday about how like there was this this one clip of a 200 something alchemist spawning. It didn't end up happening, so
you know,
like,
we didn't see it this time.
Yeah, wouldn't it just be like hilarious if I ate my words and it happened now of all time?
Well, fingers crossed, pal. Hopefully we'll see it happen. Folks who haven't seen it, and maybe someone has it handy and can post the link in chat. Some quirks in Virgintide, some quirks in mods. It's not always gonna work exactly as expected. There might just be a clip out there of, I don't know, 500 times the amount of biochemists spawning in the final fight. Oh, you know what? I don't know if it was answered earlier, so I'll answer it here real quick. What is a biochemist? Biochemist is a cut special from the game. It looks like a leech, and it does the attack that Hail Scourge does with his ghost. So that was reintroduced by Grimlock Tier in both the Hail Scourge fight and here in the Nurgloth fight. So look out for them.
And unlike Hail Scourge, he only tosses one clone at once. Immediate Blightstorm just starts casting. Is denied by the Waystalker.
Looks like a Savage and Bulwark wave.
Grail Knight got the Slide.
On top of it. It's amazing how many of these, teams absolutely incredible play, how the flies still get them. There's so much to focus on. You know they're coming, but you just forget.
Circles coming in, the wizard taking it.
There was the biochemist there, killed by the wizard.
And now they need to get the DPS down, got some piercing shots coming in. But the elf somehow missed and lost the ult.
That will not be a phase unless... Yep, that is not a phase.
Not quite yet. Questionable use of Firebomb, honestly.
I think they're hoping that those scavenge kills for Ranger will get them more. I actually see one on the ground and a strength pot.
And also that's Skunk Bot.
So they have very liberal use of the potions here. I don't think we've seen any other team with Scavenger today.
This is a Molar wave. It is being dealt with, but not without damage to the team. That's 3 down. The Grail Knight.
That's flies, no! That is a flied.
Oh, just like that.
That is game, folks. Team just passing through, as we just said. The flies getting the best of people.
This is how quickly it goes. Before I even report the fact that one person is down, everybody's dead. It goes from 0 to 100,000.
It's just incredible to see a team that is so good and so rehearsed, and it still falls apart a minute and 39 seconds into the fight.
Yep, despite all those resources used. And I think that concludes it. This was the last team still playing on the map 36 minutes after the timer.
Yeah, we're 36 minutes after. Grim, I don't know if you have the time here. I figured we could take a look at one or two finales of Team NoComs, who actually recorded their run yesterday.
We could, yes. I do have time.
So it looks like I'm scanning through the video here. Special thanks here to Velsix. He actually timestamped his video, which is great. It looks like they did fail on Blightweeper all 3 times. Looks like they had a successful war camp. And you know what? We just saw Enchanter's Lair. Do you want to take a look at their Enchanter's Lair fight and see how they did it?
Yes, please. If you could potentially link me with a timestamp so we can start at the same time.
Make sure we're queued up together. Appreciate your patience here, folks. Alrighty, sir, and just let me know when you click play.
Go. So they are currently Still at the potions.
At the boss fountain right before the fight, folks. This is Team No Comms. Aptly named because they do not communicate. It's insane. They are at the top of their game. Definitely a team to see, a team to pay attention to. They are in, I believe, Australia. Correct me if I'm wrong, Graham. So, of course, this tournament...
are we gonna get a Blightstorm on the cutscene?
Oh, the bull.
Okay, the battle
okay.
deals with it. Oh, and they also have to skip cutscene. So they're not gonna get trolled by that.
You may yet live from Nurglat the Eternal here, folks. This is a very, very rehearsed team.
Look at the chat as they type in chat instead of it.
Yeah, truly, guys. Team No Comms. Pay special attention to them. Top of their game. I've heard people describe
Captain using that rapier pistol to deal with the flies.
Just incredible. He's pre-firing those flies before they even come down. You know, this is a team they know.
It's his dedicated job to deal with these things.
Incredible speed that they're dispatching these enemies with. It's nuts. All right, that's the first wave down. Nurglat going into his circle phase. We do have a way stalker, so I think we can expect to see that. There's the Puce. That's a Moonfire.
I think he's standing in a circle. Okay.
Moonfire bow, of course, being shot, folks. You can proc things like Barrage and Hunter with your ranged weapon, in this case the Moonfire bow. He's doing that so his subsequent piercing shots will, of course, do maximum damage.
For Liliet, and that's a phase.
Making it look easy.
Let's not forget about those flies. There we go. For pistol action. And we've got, it looks like a mixed wave here.
You know, we've seen so many teams try to hold in a spot. What I'm seeing this team really do, they are moving. They're moving together. Their special sniper is able to get these shots. The front line...
rapier pistol is just incredibly good at dealing with those flies.
Yeah, I heard people describe Vilsix as the best witch hunter in this game. Folks, definitely pay attention to this guy. I'm told from day one with our interviews, he'll also review VODs for you and maybe even send over a 5,000 word thesis on what you could do better. So that's what we're looking at right here.
Now we're gonna see some more piercing shot action from the
and that's a phase.
Wearing elf, and yeah, that's another phase. Very quickly, so.
Quick typing in chat here, folks. If you can't see it, we're seeing who wants pot after me. Just use it. These folks are quite literally typing to each other in one of the most hectic fights you can see in this game.
The Blightstormers in the way.
If this was versus mode, those Blightstormers would be on the forums right now complaining about the spawn that they got.
There's a bit of a Zerker wave that they've got going here. Dealt with. And
final
now we're
phase?
entering the final phase.
Wow!
Witch Hunter Captain getting denied the speed potion there.
I think we've seen several moments now where the person getting aggroed by Nurglat and immediately getting popped into the air. Sometimes you don't expect it. Wow, narrowly missing that circle blowing up.
Some risky plays going on here, but so far everybody's staying alive.
Yeah,
Goes to the speed potion again.
Extreme speed scene at this play. I mean, no enemy in front of them is staying alive longer than a second.
Interesting, like, play of like he really wants to stab Nurglat in the face instead of fighting any of the ads.
I don't think we've ever seen a situation like this. Rapier pistol headshots, rapier headshots themselves. Of course, the rapier doing very good damage. I mean, the rapier pistol, good against Zerkers, not something you normally see people using against Nurglat, though. Narrowly avoiding that eruption.
Basically tanking Nurglat right now, which is interesting, but his health bar isn't really going down.
For those who don't know, rapier, incredibly defensive weapon. He's actually able to take these hits from Nurglat quite
another
easily.
Healing draft. Just using the healing not to cure wounds, but just to stay with green health.
Yeah, this is easily unlike anything we've seen here today or yesterday.
The Leech interrupting the dance here. There's immediate, like, quick dog, thank you. That's a break.
It's also great that
he's been traded a strength potion as well, which is their last item.
In a tournament setting, still bothering to use the social wheel while the Lord is on you to say thank you for saving him from a leech.
It doesn't look like they have any other form of DPS really on Nurgle right now. It's just they're just not dying, right? Like everybody's full health right now except for the Witch Hunter Captain.
This is definitely slow and steady.
Tanking. Yeah.
Yeah, we normally don't see this, as pointed out in chat, and normally people just try to burst Nurgle down. This is definitely the slowest we've seen this fight.
Goes to show, though, it is quite possible to survive this fight for an extended period of time, even on Onslaught.
We're seeing our Battle Wizard and Waystalker. They are literally at full health, Grim. Literally at full health.
Witch Hunter Captain getting blocked a little bit, taking a hit or two. But he's not down yet. Oh, now he is. Now he is. And he loses aggro, so result.
You know, calls for people wondering why we aren't seeing Waystalker all on Nurgle. My suspicion here, with their practice, they just know that Velsix can tank the boss for a very long time. If everyone else can focus on everything else, I mean, he will eventually die. He'll eventually die to chip damage.
The elf might just be looking for an opportunity, but isn't finding one that is completely safe, right? And like I said, they did say in chat, play to live, not play to kill him.
Being told by Jarsa that Velsix has done a true
Grail
solo.
Knight tried to go aggressive and do an ult to finish it off, but immediately got down for it.
Getting punished. So. Incredible.
And which immediately terminates every single hostile. That chat wheel spam.
Too many social wheel messages. Please wait a moment. Some celebrating here. Much deserved celebrating. My goodness. That I'm glad we saved this toward the end, because that was unlike anything I've ever seen.
Some interesting strategies from this team that decided to run at a different time.
With the music on stream as well. It's just orchestral violins in the background. Very fitting for a Witch Hunter Captain main, I would say.
Yeah, no, we still got to see this last escape. Don't get cocky now.
Stuck in a corner here up against the gate.
Corner, but hey, at least the AI is not dead.
People loving Velsix gameplay here in chat.
They'll be able to progress forward and probably make it through the end now.
Staying together, making it happen. Folks wondering where this attack speed is coming from. Of course, we don't know the properties that he's using on his weapon, but they do have an attack speed buff from the Ground Knight, I believe, in the bottom left corner there. Of course, there's multiple ways to make the Witch Hunter Captain get sped up. I don't think... Oh, you know what? I take that back. Velsix is using Heretic Sighted. When he tags an enemy, he gets 10% additional attack speed for 20 seconds. So that's where we're seeing that come from.
Bit of an unusual pick, since I don't think this one carries onto the team, so it's only for himself. Usually most teams will want the critical strike for everybody.
And that is GG from Team No Comp. I mean, I think people knew ahead of time that this team was going to do well. I don't know if I could have ever expected that. That was incredible.
That is a victory for them.
Looks like Jarsa already beat me to it, but yes, Velsix does have a YouTube that you can check out. All right, and Grim, it looks like I have one more. Should we do one more, or do we end it there? I don't know. I don't know if we get much better than that.
We could do one more. Let's see if there's anything else.
Yeah, let's take a look. This is Team AAB who sent in their VOD, and let's see. Maybe I'll even ask chat. What map do you guys want to see? Again, we had War Camp, Light Reaper, Enchanter's Lair, which obviously we just saw literally a masterful play of, and then Against the Grain.
I'm afraid all of the above is not really an option at this point in time.
I'm scanning through the VOD here, and folks, I don't know what happens in these VODs, so I'll be on the edge of my seat right there with you. It looks like Team AAB actually did Enchanter's second, so we only saw that... maybe one other time? And you know what I'm seeing here? It does look like actually a defeat on Enchanters for them, so maybe we end with their Blight Reaper run and see how they handle that?
When the chat is saying War Camp.
You want to do War Camp? Let's do it.
We could do War Camp.
Let's see how they handle the battering ram, and then of course we can run right through to the finale. All right, folks, right now, bringing us home here with this tournament, Day 3. This is Team AAB, who submitted their VOD earlier, seeing an incredible looking Executioner sword from our Grail Knight here.
Yeah, that is some neon Executioner.
Probably a Mace Windu fan from Star Wars, a very, very purple looking Executioner sword. Another thing you can do with modded folks, and of course, a allowable mod here in this tournament. Taking a look at our lineup here, obviously we're expecting a Grail Knight, Witch Hunter Captain, Handmaiden, and I believe a Battle Wizard. Again, a lot of the classes that we've seen commonly throughout the day.
Everything going smoothly.
Everything
does
going
reach that
smoothly.
point at the highest level. You don't see that many off-meta picks. It's just, especially in the tournament settings like this, where all the teams are trying their hardest and do not want to handicap themselves.
You know,
the most off-meta pick we've seen this entire tournament was the 1 Foot Knight.
Yeah, again, shoutouts to Stop Hitting Me, bring Foot Knight into, I think, every map. No, you know what? He was Grail Knight on War Camp. But that is a man who loves to stagger, loves to push. His whole channel is centered around that, so make sure to check him out and give him a follow.
Yeah, they go through the pattern.
Fire right on me.
Looks like Blue Adam in chat. Actually, Adam Blue in game. Don't be deceived by the name being switched around.
I know.
Nice guy smiley face saying, what about our bounty hunter? Nice guy, unfortunately we did not catch that live.
Keep pushing the card, keep pushing.
I hope it went well for you.
Can't see this.
Bit of a different loadout here. I'm expecting this is an Onslaught Plus. They're actually getting split 2 and 2, saying, let's just push the cart. Keep pushing the cart.
Yeah.
Trying to find a purple, please.
Another remarkable thing here, Graham, I'm seeing only 20 minutes in on this map. That is actually very quick, I think, to get to this battering ram.
A good time.
Some absolutely classic Mason sword here on the Grail Knight. Really, really nice horde cleaving weapon with those heavies.
Who's gonna push Ma?
Hmm?
Who's gonna push the wall, the door later?
Bill Hook on Witch Hunter Captain. Also a great choice. I mean, we talked earlier, Graham, about the differences that Deathwish Onslaught brings to the game. One of the things most notably is that change to stagger with that Deathwish modifier. The Bill Hook being one of the few weapons that still retains its just absurd staggering of even Chaos Warriors. So, obvious to see it as a pick for some folks.
I'm separated.
I'm gonna swing it. Your cover.
Alright,
it's
folks.
pretty clear now, just go for it.
Looks like they are getting to the end of the battering ram event. Of course, it's a short walk through the camp, and then of course we'll see how they deal with Bodvar. You know, Grim, I don't know about you, I would have assumed, just like Hail Scourge, that most teams had their Bodvar fight down. But I think of the ones that we watched, it was almost a 50-50 rate of win and loss. I mean, some of them were right down there.
Quite a few deaths to Bodvar. Guy is not a pushover.
very unexpected, and if you get complacent, even if it's not Budvar, those ads are gonna get you.
Like I said, like I've had so much behavior training this character for him to actually assault people. Budvar already also assaults people pretty well. I think it's a little bit of god penetration, and he's going to be very dangerous.
Airing calls for lightsaber DLC win. It also looks like Velsix, our witch hunter from the previous clip from Team NoComs, is actually in chat as general authority. So folks, definitely check him out. Give him your love. I think we can all say that was just one of the most glorious things we've ever seen. Pretty easy stroll through this, even though it is Cata 3 Death Wish Onslaught, folks. The difference is pretty clear between Onslaught and Onslaught Plus, even for moments like this.
My two freaking... The overhead and the poke.
As we come to a close on this match here, folks, again, the tournament is over. Scores are being tallied. There's so many VODs to review. Our fantastic tourney organizers and tourney assistants, of course, are going to be going through those, making sure to verify scores. Just so you know, with this tournament, every team does need to stream. They need to record or stream their attempts, and then, of course, submit their scores at the end. If you're at all interested in taking part in these tournaments in the future, can't stress enough, get in the Onslaught Discord, get in the modded Discord, start practicing, form some teams, look out for those announcements. Definitely want you to be in there next time if you have any sort of interest in it. Again, if you think Virgintide tops out at just what there is in the vanilla game, it clearly goes much further than that.
So we're just witnessing this team just cleanly progressing to the camp here.
I've said it before.
Everybody using their move text to have some seconds.
Team AAB, like many teams, making it look easy.
We'll improvise.
Don't forget to throw your bombs, huh?
Oh yeah.
Just one by one, right?
Gulping down a healing draft that just turns some white health into green health.
After strength, just throw the bomb at him.
Yeah, one by one, right?
Yeah, one by one.
So
we proxy one by one.
So now we're gonna get to see some Budvar execution.
Adam, and then Rocky.
This is a Grail Knight with a strength potion right now.
I don't know. Will it be quick? Will it be long? It's gone both ways. It's just so hard to tell.
Then we just throw together.
You're probably gonna see some shrapnel, strength potion. They've got a power level boon, I believe.
You can hear them strategizing here on the order of events. Budvar, a big part of this tournament, Grim. He shows up all over the place.
Also, plus he's got a few extra appearances.
Enchanter's Lair, Blight Reaper finale, and his own map. Maybe Budvar bribed the tourney organizers.
Some shrapnel into
right
Grand Light ult with strength.
Pretty expected amount of damage. That is 1/3 down. Wow, that is 2 people down. Whoa, no!
By Budvar himself. What a... Ooh, owie, ouf.
They've got their Witch Hunter. That Battle Wizard is putting in work. Double time with Burnout.
But it's fully dead. Takes a few pokes right after being revived.
If it's not Budvar, it's the ads that get you. That host heal could not be better timed.
Rocky, if you have time, give me that.
JL Boone, it's Gatekeeper and Budvar on Blight Reaper on Onslaught Plus.
Yeah.
I'm building my ult up.
They're recovering, they're stabilizing, they're playing together. Budvar is basically an afterthought right now. He is not the threat.
Yeah, it's about just over half health. And they got 3 players alive right now.
Another host heal! Grim, what is this?
Healing draft OP when you're host.
Heard some folks calling this out in practice. Of course, there are different mechanics with medkits and healing drafts. There's some situations where you are not going to get a medkit off, which is why, of course, we see people opting to bring in healing drafts instead. That is 1/3, 1/4 of Budvar's health left. Witch Hunter Captain is back.
You were chunking him a bit. Now we've got all 4 players back in play.
He is at the
Realmite
R.
sent flying.
I know. I'm not trying to get
He's
you.
now at
But he has
the
an
D,
ult.
and Budvar is his
Bloodball
health.
takes another solid hit there.
Adam, if you don't mind, can I have that health? Thanks.
One more of those ults, and he's gonna be about dead.
Witch Hunter is down again. We've seen teams wipe at this exact spot. They need to keep their cool. All up for Grail Knight. He got hit, which gave him the last of his charge, and that is it. Budvar is dead. The Grail Knight clearly their DPS in this situation. Team AAB pulling out the victory here. Hopefully they don't fall apart in this final stretch. Of course, hearing it. Just go, get out, run. That's bring in a handmaiden, just run to the end. Picking up their Witch Hunter, saying no man left behind.
So I just realized my poke only damaged one trash and staggered the other.
And that is that. Team AAB bringing home a win on Warcamp. Incredible work. Incredible work, guys and gals. Huh.
I think that's gonna be it for this tournament now. That was a ride.
Collective breath, everyone. Incredible showing all around. I might actually be speechless. I don't know what else to say. Wow. Well, folks, thank you so much, of course, for being here. This is day 3. This is the final day of our tournament series, year 2, season 1. Hopefully you caught us all 3 days. If you didn't, of course, there are going to be VODs uploaded for every single day if you want to check it all out again. Of course, there are many teams, many people that we didn't necessarily get to highlight. Thank you everyone for participating. Of course, they will have their own VODs if you want to check them out. Drop some follows all around. Speaking of, this is the last day you're going to see me here on this channel for a little bit, but if you want to see more of me, you can follow me on Twitch, Scarecrow Clock, and of course, Grimalact has tons of YouTube videos and resources, and it sounds like we won't be hearing the last of you here, Grim, with some of the plans you have on the horizon. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm less of a YouTube or Twitch content creator, but my mods are around, and I'm also on the more official side. I'm still trying to get a resanction update for my bot improvements, which would have new features if Fatshock does accept them.
Oh, a little live jabbing saying, hey guys, let's get this going.
Still pending for just about 3 weeks now after I've given up 9 months ago and trying to get those same changes sanctioned.
Not that you're salty about it or anything. Well,
not
Grim,
too much, but
thank you, pal. Thank you so much for being my co-host here the last 2 days. I absolutely couldn't have done this without you. Thank you for your knowledge. Thank you for what you've done for modding, both in V1 and in V2. Can't wait to see what happens next. Guys, much love in chat. Much love to all the viewers. So many folks, new and old. Amazing to see you. We're gonna raid someone. We're gonna find someone to raid here today. Hopefully keep the ball rolling. I know I feel energized and I can't wait to play some more Virgintide after this. Definitely gotta up my game. This Velsix guy, I don't know if you saw him. It's pretty good Witch Hunter. Maybe
yeah, we got to see some amazing gameplay from a lot of different players here.
Yeah, just incredible. For those folks wondering about the winners, they will be announced. Stay tuned. They will be announced. We never call it live. There's VOD review that needs to happen. There's folks who don't play it live. So we need to make sure to have a fair game. I know we had 2 teams today. I think Sevenfly and Gabex and Minions. Oh, I'm pretty sure have a perfect score. But again, we don't call it just yet. So stay tuned for those. Obviously, the tier 1 scores from yesterday we'll find out very soon. I say very soon. Tournament organizers are pulling their hair out by the fact, I just said that. Stay tuned, folks. Check out the Discord. You'll find all that information there. Gonna play the outro video, folks, and we will raid someone. Of course, much love to you all. I'm sure we'll see you around Twitch, Vermintide, Reddits, forums, all that stuff. Don't be a stranger. And can't wait for the next one. Should be pretty great. All right. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
while I drink.
A black dot torches.
Hey, Watcher, if you hit me once more... Storm Bandit! Watch out! Storm Bandit!
What's happened? Toast! How are you doing, Toast? What's happening?
Without being dragged in
What the hell is going on?
Oi! Southlanders know not how...
Oi! 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 Oi!